Good morning, everyone. On the behalf of Faculty of Integrated Medicine, Dayalbagh Educational Institute, deemed to be University, Agra, I, Dr. Suman Chaudhary,
and Dr. Ankita Ukharwal welcomes you all in FDP 2, FDP Day 3. Yesterday, we had a wonderful session. I hope everyone have enjoyed and learned a lot. Yesterday, Dr. Ramesh Gaur spoke very well about research advocacy and promotion of academic integrity, UGC Regulations 2018. And Dr. Anand Kumar described briefly about academic writing with Grammarly. And Dr. Susmita Chakrabarti about e-information sources, accessibility and discovery. So let's start today's session with new energy and enthusiasm. So let's have a look upon today's schedule. Today we have 3 sessions. First session will be taken by Professor Preetwanti Singh, that is from 10:30 am to 12 p.m. Second session will be taken by Dr. Rajkumar Bhardwaj, that is from 12:15 to 1:45 p.m. And the last session will be taken by Professor A.P. Singh, that is from 2:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. Before starting today's session, please stand up and pay gratitude by doing prayer. Thank you, everyone. Now I would like to welcome Professor Preetwanti Singh. She is a professor in computer science at Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Agra. She has received her PhD degree in operation research from Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Agra. Her research interests include transportation system, decision support system, data mining, and operations research. She has published papers in various reputed journals and various national and international conferences. I request Professor Preetwanti ma'am to share her valuable knowledge on research data collection and analysis tools. Please join, ma'am.
Thank you. As already told, my research topic is data collection and analysis tools. I am audible now? So you have gone through various talks on what to research and how to research. The most important aspect of research is data. So my focus will be what is data, its importance, the data types, data collection steps and methods, then a very important topic which is data cleaning, and finally data analysis. So in today's digital world, everything revolves around the data. It is one of the most important assets for all businesses of the modern world. Data is a collection of different facts, including numbers, measurements, and observations, which need to be transformed in some suitable form to be used for processing. It is a set of qualitative or quantitative variable sets values. Data is considered as an important asset because it helps you identify the problem at an early stage and take actions on them. On the basis of this data, you can develop strategies. नीचे नीचे अच्छा तो स्क्रीन शेयर करना शुरू कर देगा नहीं आप तो वो सारा कुछ शेयर करेगा ना फिर तो
नहीं
पूरा कर रहे हैं इसको बेल करेंगे तो पूरा करेगा शेयर
CEO
क्या है CEO शुरू से करना तो है ना दोबारा करना इसका कंट्रोल किसके हाथ में होगा So, sorry, the earlier the slides were not shared. So let us come on to the third slide, which says what is data. So in today's digital world, everything revolves around the data. It is one of the most important asset for all businesses of the modern world. So what is data? It is a collection of different facts, including numbers, measurements, and observations. And we need to transform it in some suitable form before we can use it for decision making. The data is a set of values of qualitative and quantitative variables. The example of data can be the details of a student's like roll number, name, and marks in various subjects. We can process this to prepare the result of a student's. Another example could be a pizza shop, which has the list of customers and their orders, and this can be processed to to get the most popular pizza amongst the customers. Next. Data is considered as the most important asset because it helps you identify the problem at an early stage and take actions on them. On the basis of this data, you can develop strategies and action plans to develop long-term theories. It can also help you in providing information regarding the need of resources. For example, we all have seen the crisis of hospitals and life-saving equipments during the second wave of the pandemic. One of the reasons for this could be the lack of data. If we had sufficient data of patients and the hospitals with their facilities, this problem would have been reduced to a great extent. Then the data can be qualitative or quantitative. Quantitative data can be measured as it is in the form, next slide, next. Data can be quantitative data, which is expressed as numbers and graphs and can be analyzed through statistical methods. And the qualitative data, on the other hand, is expressed in words and can be analyzed through interpretations and categorization. To analyze the qualitative data, we now have text analysis methods also. As an example, if we say that there are 40 students in a class, this is the example of quantitative data, and saying that my favorite color is blue is an example of qualitative data. Next. Quantitative and qualitative data can be gathered from the same unit depending on whether the variable of interest is numerical or categorical. For example, if I ask a person, how much do you earn? His answer would be quantitative data because he would be telling his salary. And in case I ask, what is your occupation? This will represent a qualitative data as, say, teacher. Next. Once you have identified the research problem, you start with the task of data collection. Data collection is a systematic process of gathering observations or measurements. It allows you to gain first-hand knowledge and original insight into your research problem. As we all know, the customers today, customer can include anyone, even the students also. Customer today has become very smart because of easy access to internet. Therefore, to enhance your business activities, you need to collect your data. The techniques to collect data allows researchers to systematically collect facts about the study population, maybe the people, the objects or phenomena and so on, and the setting in which they occur. Next. The data can be of two types, primary and secondary data. One has to decide upon the method of collection for these two types of data. Primary data is collected with the purpose of addressing a particular problem, but its implementation cost is quite high. Secondary data is usually once primary data, but has become secondary when it is used by a third party. For example, to get a number of diabetes patients in your city, if you're visiting hospitals and taking the statistics yourself, you are collecting primary data. But if you are collecting this information from articles in magazines or journals or maybe newspapers, then it is an example of the secondary data. Next. Now, internet has made things very easy. You have data repositories to take data for your study. These are the online databases that allow research data to be preserved across time and helps others find it. Some of the very well-known data repositories are UCI Machine Learning Repository, NGITS, and Kaggle. What I suggest is that rather than straight away taking the data from these repositories, it is better that you first collect the primary data, you develop your algorithm, apply on the data that you have collected, and then you can use the data from these repositories as benchmark to see to compare the performance of your algorithm. Next. So now coming to the data collection steps. Once you have defined the research goal, before collecting the data, it is important to get relevant data timely and economically. To define the aim, you can start by writing a problem statement such as what is the practical or scientific issue that you want to address and why does it matter. Then you formulate one or more research questions that precisely define what you want to find out. Next. Depending on your research questions, you may decide whether you want to collect quantitative data or qualitative data. If your aim is to test a hypothesis or take precise measurements or gain statistical insights, you need to collect quantitative data. On the other hand, if your aim is to explore ideas, understand experiences, or gain detailed insights into a specific context, you collect qualitative data. And in case you may have several aims, you can use a mixed methods approach to collect both types of data. So the example is, suppose you are researching employees' perception of their direct managers in a large organization. The first aim may be to assess whether there are significant differences in perceptions of managers across different departments and office locations. So this will require qualitative data. And your second aim is that you want to gather meaningful feedback from employees to explore new ideas for how managers can improve. This can be a kind of quantitative data. And in this case, you will be using mixed method approach to collect the data. Next. Then based on the data you want to collect, decide the method that best suits your research. Interviews, observations, and experiments. These are quantitative methods or methods to collect quantitative data. Interviews, focus group discussion, textual analysis, and ethnography. These are the methods to collect qualitative data. Interviews and observations and secondary data collection method, they can be considered for both qualitative as well as quantitative. But yes, the caution is that you have to be very careful in selecting the methods when you're collecting the data to achieve your research goal. Then once you have decided the methods to collect the data, you need to plan your data collection procedure, which includes selecting procedures to follow for making accurate observations or measurements, sampling, operationalization, standardizing procedures, and creating a management plan. Actually, I am discussing all these steps because data collection is not a very easy task. And you have to go through several processes to decide what kind of data and to decide the method to collect the data. So the first thing is the procedure to make accurate observations on measurements of the variable. If you are conducting surveys or interviews, decide what form the questions will take. If you are conducting an experiment, then make decisions about your experimental designs. Next. Sampling, I guess you all know. It is you develop a sampling plan to obtain the data systematically. What you have to decide mainly is that which will be the population, which set will be the population, and who all the group of members will be a sample. The sampling method determines how you recruit participants or obtain measurements for your study. The factors that you consider usually are sample size, accessibility of sample, and the time frame of data collection. Time frame means you want to continuously collect the data, or you will collect the data for a short period, or it's a long-term data collection. That depends on the type of the problem that you have chosen. Then operationalization. Usually you measure the variables directly. For example, if you want to find out the average age of employees in your organization, you will simply ask the date of births. But often you will be interested in collecting data on more abstract concepts or variables that cannot be directly observed. So this is where comes the role of operationalization, which means turning abstract conceptual ideas into measurable observations. As an example, next. As an example, you have decided to use surveys to collect quantitative data. The concept you want to measure is the leadership of manager. How is it working? This concept you will operationalize using two ways. The first method, you can ask the manager to rate their own leadership skills on a 5-point scale, assessing these factors: ability to delegate, decisiveness, and dependability. Or you can ask their direct employees to provide an anonymous feedback of their managers regarding the same topic. Then, if there are multiple researchers who are collecting the data, you need to write a detailed manual to standardize the data collection procedures for your study. This will help in ensuring the reliability of your data and replicating it in future if needed. Next, creating the data management plan. This includes deciding how to organize and store the data. If you're collecting the data from people, then you need to safeguard the data to prevent leak of sensitive information. For example, if I'm collecting the data of patients from a hospital, I have to take measures that this data is not leaked, right? And similarly, the second method is if you're collecting data via interviews or questionnaires, then you have to perform some data entry in a systematic way to minimize distortion. And finally, the most important is that you should regularly take the backup to prevent the data loss. Next. So finally, you come to collect the data. Now you can implement your chosen methods or to measure or observe the variable you are interested in. For example, as already discussed in previous slides, to collect data about the perceptions of managers, you may administer a survey with closed or open-ended questions to a sample of 300 company employees across different departments and locations. Remember that your sample size should be decided very carefully. Neither should it be very large and nor should it be very small. The close-ended questions ask participants to rate their manager leadership skills on a 5-point scale. And the open-ended question asks participants what the manager is doing well now and what can be done so that they do better in future. The close-end questions results in quantitative data, which can be statistically analyzed, whereas the open-ended questions, they can be, these are qualitative data and can be analyzed through some content analysis. Then to ensure that high quality data is recorded in a systematic way, you can record all relevant information as and when you obtain data. For example, you can note down whether or how the equipment was calibrated during an experimental study. You can double check the manual data entry for errors, or you can assess the reliability and validity in case of quantitative data. So these were the processes to collect the data. Now we are coming on to some traditional methods of data collection. Next. So the first method next is observation. Next. Observation is seeing what is happening. For example, you may observe the traffic patterns, you may observe road conditions, student behaviors, or patient activities. This helps you in collecting the direct information and trying to understand the ongoing behavior. Next. In order to filter the observation, what we observe in the world, we think upon it, and finally we record it. This is how we can filter the observations. Next. Observation types. There may be participant versus non-participant. If the researcher or the observer is joining the group and observing the activities, it is participant observation. If he is only observing the activities but is not taking the part, then it is non-participant. If the observer is observing the behavior as it occurs, it's a direct observation. But if he's observing the effects or results of the behavior rather than the behavior itself, then it's indirect observation. If the subject is unaware that he or she is being observed, it's disguised observation. And in case the respondent is aware, then it's undisguised. Structured means that you have identified beforehand which behaviors are to be observed and recorded. And in unstructured observation, you just go unplanned to observe the things. Next, the methods is, this method is independent of respondents and the researcher gets current information. This is the advantage of the method. However, it is expensive, time consuming, and it provides limited information. Next. Now, the second method is interviews. We all are quite familiar with these methods. Next. This method can be used through personal or personal interview or telephonic interview, and it may be structured, semi-structured, or unstructured interview. Unstructured interview means that you have gone unplanned and depending on the situation, you can then and there ask some questions by the interviewee. The semi-structured means that it's a combination of structured as well as unstructured interviews. And now coming to the structured interview next. The structured interview is also known as standardized interview or researcher administered survey. It's a quantitative research method to ensure that each interview is presented with exactly the same questions in the same order. And I think you all are familiar that it can be conducted face-to-face, over the phone, over the internet, like Skype, Google Meet, or even Zoom, and using the video phones. Then questions in structured interviews can be open-ended or close-ended. For example, if I am asking, are you currently living in Agra? The answer to this question can be only yes and no, yes or no. So this is the example of a close-ended question, wherein I am giving you a list of possible answers and you have to choose from that, right? But if I am asking, can you list any symptoms you have experienced within the past 2 weeks, right? Here you are being given options to give a list of symptoms, and therefore this becomes open-ended questions. Next. Now the structured interview process. Before you conduct a structured interview, you have to go through some points. The first is you have to clarify the focus and the objective of the interview. Then which method will you use to conduct the interview, either face-to-face, over the phone, or through internet. And then you have to also decide upon the interview schedule, which is a list of questions to be asked during your interviews. Then during the interview, each person is being interviewed Each person being interviewed is asked the same set of questions in the exact same order and same way. And the interviewer is supposed to strictly stick on the interview schedule. This is only to increase the reliability, consistency of the interview. The advantages over unstructured interview, that this method is more consistent, it is more effective as the questions are formulated in advance and is less likely to be biased. Next. So as an example, if a manager is interested in hiring the candidates, then he can ask the questions about the duties and responsibilities related to the open position. For example, what are the advantages and disadvantages of the accounting software they were using? Are they comfortable using a telephone with several lines and handling high call volume? What is the process for remembering a large order, and so on? This will help the manager in determining whether the candidate has the skill and experience that is required to succeed in the role. Next. Now the structured interview types. The first is face-to-face. This is a type of interview where the researcher and the interviewee exchange information physically. The advantage of this method that it allows for more in-depth and detailed data collection and also allows gathering more accurate information from the research subjects. However, it is expensive to conduct because it requires a lot of staff and personnel and is limited to the small sample size. The next slide. Tele-interviews, which is a type of interview that is conducted through a phone or audio call. The method is more convenient and results in higher survey response rates. It is not as time consuming as the face-to-face interview and can be completed relatively faster. But the main disadvantage is the network availability, can be biased, and it may not allow qualitative observations of the research samples. Then questionnaires. A questionnaire is sent to persons, usually by post or through mails, to the person concerned with the request to answer the questions and return the questionnaire. A questionnaire consists of a number of questions printed in a different order, and the respondent has to answer the questions on their own. The essentials of a good questionnaire. Next. There are short questions. There must be short questions. The questions should be arranged from simple to difficult, personal, intimate questions, technical terms, vague expressions, all this should be avoided. And the question should be answered in yes, no, or multiple choice forms. So this is an example. For example, if you are asking, what do you think about smoking on campus? This is a vague question which may have too many possible answers. A better option would be to reframe it as, do you believe that all buildings on campus should be designated as a smoke-free? And you give an option of yes and no. This will give you more precise answer. So the advantages are, it's lower cost, time saving. It can be assessed by widespread respondents. There may not be any biasness, but still it has some disadvantages. Next, that it can be used only by the educated persons, and sometimes different respondents interpret questions differently. It also does not provide an opportunity to collect additional information. Next, focus group discussion. Focus group discussion is a form of qualitative research where questions are asked about perceptions, attitudes, beliefs, opinions, or ideas of respondents. It involves gathering people from similar backgrounds or experiences together to discuss a specific topic of interest. The group of participants next. The group of participants is guided by a moderator who introduces the topics for discussion and helps the group to participate in a lively and natural discussion amongst themselves. Same slide. The decisions that you have to make are number of groups needed, what should be the composition of the focus group, the length of the focus group discussion, how much time should it take, what should be the size of the focus group, and the setting of it. The features are: interaction is a unique feature of the focus group discussion, and this characteristics distinguishes the method from the individual interview. Moderator here plays a major role in focus group discussion. He or she introduces the topic and assists the participants to discuss it by encouraging interaction and guiding the conversation. The method is easy to set up, inexpensive, flexible, and enables capturing real-life data in a social environment. Next, schedules. Next. Schedules, next. These are somewhat similar to the questionnaire. It is a tool that contains questions, statements, and blank spaces or tables for filling up the responses. It is presented by the interviewers. The questions are asked and answered are noted down by the interviewer himself. The list of questions is a more formal document which may include open-ended and close-ended questions. The enumerator or the moderator plays an important role. He or she removes the difficulties faced by the respondent in understanding the implications of a question or the definition concept of difficult terms. Next, the advantage is that this method of data collection is very useful in extensive queries and is usually adopted by investigations conducted by the governmental agencies or some big organizations. For example, the population census over the world is conducted through this method. A comparison between the questionnaire and the schedule. The questionnaire is mailed, whereas for schedules, the respondents are directly contacted. The questionnaire is filled by the respondent, whereas schedule is filled by the researcher or the enumerator. Questionnaire is economical, whereas schedule is expensive. Questionnaire has a non-response rate very high, whereas this has a low non-response rate because the respondent is in direct contact with the researcher. The questionnaire may be time consuming, whereas schedule is time bound. The respondents need to be literates, but there is no such precondition for schedules. And last but not the least, success depends on the quality of the questionnaire, whereas here in schedule, the success depends on the quality of the enumerator. Then experimental research. This is a study that seeks to determine a relationship between two variables, the dependent variable and the independent variable. It is also referred to as the hypothesis testing that we regularly do in the statistical analysis. And it is completed in a controlled environment. Controlled environment means that the independent variable or the cause is systematically manipulated and the dependent variable or the effect is then measured. Also, only few factors are controlled at a time. The data in experimental research must be able to quantified or measured. For example, the data could be area, density, growth, temperature, time, and so on. Next. Actually, this topic, research data collection, this is quite vast topic. I am trying to summarize each and every aspect of this, although I know that I am going quite fast to, I think, grasp something. This is the summary of the traditional methods which we have discussed till now. The method, when to use, and how to collect the data. So the experiments are basically useful when we have to test a causal relationship, and to collect the data, we manipulate variables and measure their effects on others. It's a kind of sensitivity analysis also you can consider in a way, if you are doing some optimization. Then survey questionnaire. This is used to understand the general characteristics or opinion of a group of people. And the method is that you distribute a list of questions to a sample online, in person, or over the phone. For interviews and focus groups, this is used to gain an in-depth understanding of perceptions or opinions on a topic. And to collect the data, you verbally ask participants open-ended questions in individual interviews or focus group discussions. Observations are used when you to understand something in its natural setting. And the data collection method is that you measure or survey a sample without trying to affect them. Ethnography is useful to study the culture of a community or organization firsthand. And the method to collect the data is that you can join and participate in a community and record your observations. Finally, secondary data collection is to analyze the data from populations that you cannot access firsthand. And the data collection method is that because this data is already collected, you can go through the sources to collect this kind of data. So these were some traditional methods. Now coming on to the recent methods to collect the data. The first method for this is online tracking. You can use your business website or an app as a tool for collecting the customer data. When someone visits your websites, they create some data points, and you can use this to see how people visited your site, how many people visited your site, how long they were there, and what they clicked on, and so on. And as you can see that if you access a site, they ask that the site has cookies. So these cookies can be used to help the track the user behavior. Then one important concept is of master and transaction data. Like in a university, when we have this admission process, a number of students appear in test and on all the process, right? Once the admission process is closed, we make the master file of the students that were admitted over here, and we may have different master files depending upon the faculties and maybe the subjects and so on, right? And transaction data is the information that is captured from the transaction. This example can be very well understood if I take an example of customer and product. For example, next slide. For example, I have two master files, the product master and the customer master. The product master has all the information related to the products, whereas the customer master has all the information related to the customers. Now, whenever the customer purchases some product, the transaction file will be generated. As you can see in the example, he has purchased two products, and therefore these transactions are creating a transaction file. So coming on to the previous slide, transactional data tracking is a method of collecting transactional data. This data is captured from transactions, that is, it is the data generated by various applications while running or supporting everyday business processes of buying and selling. A purchase or sale is a very good example of financial transaction data. Next. Then this is the another method to collect the data. Social media, which is very popular source of customer data, can be used for collecting the data. You can look through your follower list to see who follows you and what characteristics they have in common to enhance your understanding of who your target audience should be. Some of these social sites, they provide you with analytics software also, which you can use to perform some kind of analysis. Next, subscription and registration data can be used to gather the valuable customer data. Once you get registered, once you register your customer, you can see that data to know that who is interested in your brand, what kind of things are they interested in, and so on. Next, in-store monitoring. If you have a traditional street side business, then you may have a traffic counter on the door to track the busiest hours of your day, of your business, maybe the busiest hours or the busiest days. Or you can install some security system with motion sensors to track the customer's movement patterns throughout your shop. This sensor can also provide you with the data about which of your store's departments are most popular. So these were some of the recent data collection methods, which are basically for primary data. Actually, whenever we are saying data collection method, we are referring to the primary data. Now the secondary data, which means that it is the data that is already available. It refers to the data which was collected and analyzed by someone else, right? So for the secondary data, you need not to worry that how to process it for your research problem. You will only choose that data which is useful for that. This data collection involves less time, less cost, and effort. But while collecting this kind of data, one has to follow legal procedures required and maintain the academic ethics. So the secondary data may be available from published data sources or from unpublished sources. Published sources like various publications of central, state, and local governments, publications of foreign governments or international bodies, some technical and trade journals, books, magazines, and so on. Whereas unpublished data sources may be diaries, letters, unpublished biographies, autobiographies, and even works of some scholars or researchers. So I'll again say that a researcher has to be very careful when he is using secondary data. He should also see that they possess reliability, suitability, and adequacy. These adequacy and all I'll discuss shortly. So we always talk of qualitative and quantitative data, but the recent trend is that we are concerned with biometric data. We all have gone for making Aadhaar cards and driving license and so on and so forth. So there you can see that they take your fingerprints, they take your iris and facial expressions and so on. So this is a biometric data which is used to measure the people's physical features and characteristics. And you have various like fingerprint readers are used to take the fingerprints, iris readers, they take the data regarding to iris and so on. Next very important kind of data is the spatial data, which is actually the data concerned with latitude and longitudes. And this is collected with the use of global positioning systems, receivers. There are some phones, even mobiles, which work as a GPS system, which can be used to collect this spatial data. I was going through listening previous talks where I found that there are researchers in this program which are dealing with the spatial data. There are few who are working in bioinformatics. So therefore, I also mentioned these kinds of data. Then you have multi-dimension data. Multi-dimension data, the data which we have discussed till now, we can consider all that data into one frame, and that is what is called multi-dimension data. And to deal with this multi-dimension data, we have the latest concept of data warehouse. So these kind of the data, they are mainly used for research purposes. Now, the next thing is to the precautions in data collection, and these are it. The data must be relevant to the research problem. It should be collected through formal or standardized research tools, should be subjected to a statistical treatment, should have minimum measurement errors, and so on. Now, what next? What may be the reasons for the errors during data collection? It may be unanswered questions because of poor survey design, unqualified respondents. Like sometime it happens that we were supposed to give the questionnaire to the teachers, but what happened was that because they were not able to give us time, we gave it to students, and that way there may be some answers which were not answered because it was beyond the scope of the students. Or even it is possible that the respondents were busy in some other tasks, so that is why they were not able to answer. Then the other reason may be unmet target criteria. As I told you that you were supposed to give this thing to so we decided to take the we decided to give the questionnaire to the professors, but because of lack of time, we gave it to the students. So this is an example of unmet target criteria. Duplicate value means that the surveyor, the survey taker, he hits the submit button twice. So I'll get the same value twice. This is duplicate values. Speeders, next slide. These are the ones who take very less time in reading the questions and they just start responding it. And this happens if they are not interested or they are rushing to get the survey incentive. A straight liner is that you have given various options, agree, strongly agree, and so on, and they just chose strongly agree for all the questions. These are straight liners, and even this is a form of speeding. Next, unrealistic respondents. I say that I use internet for 170 hours a week. This is not at all possible because there are only 168 hours in a week, right? Outliners, that a person usually uses internet for, let us say, 5 hours. But if I am saying that I am using it for 150 hours per week, this is also quite impossible. So this kind of thing is outliner. Then non-essential respondent is filling the questionnaire with some random words or just a series of keystrokes. This shows that the respondents are not engaged or they are speeding respondents. So to deal with this kind of problem comes a very important topic, which is data cleaning. And this is actually a subset of data analysis. So data cleaning is also known as data cleansing or scrubbing. It is all about spotting suspicious data and irregularity. The manual cleaning is quite time consuming and does perform well on small data sets. That is why we now have automated data cleaning methods which use machine learning and statistical and other artificial intelligent techniques to clean the data, which are quicker and are larger also, and can be used by for a large data sets. Next, the need for data cleaning arises because data is often provided using manual process, and also it comes from multiple sources without considering a standard schema across source. So how to perform data cleaning? For unanswered questions and unmet target criteria, always ask screening questions to weed out undesirable respondents. You can remove irrelevant values. For example, if you want to know the average education level of your employees, you don't need the email field, so you can remove that. Speeders, next. Speeders can be identified by averaging out the response time of all participants and eliminating the ones who took very less time in completing the questionnaires. You can rephrase a couple of questions with similar responses to identify the straight liners. Unrealistic respondents, non-essential responders, and duplicate values, these may affect the skewness of your data, so you should remove these. Same with the outliners also, they do not reflect the usage of general population, so you can remove this also from your survey. Then typos, which are very common errors and can create a mess, so you fix the typo to make sure, if you are sure that what a respondent means, you can fix it. Convert data types. Data types is again very important. For example, if you are storing numbers, then they should be of numerical data types. Date must be considered as date objects, time stamp as number of seconds, and so on. Categorical values should also be converted into and from numbers for easier and more accurate results. Then ignoring missing values can be a significant mistake because they will contaminate your data and you won't get accurate results. Missing value means that suppose you want to predict the number of patients for the next year, and the data you are collecting is for the previous year. In this, you got the data from January to December. In between, you didn't get any data for September. So how will you correct this, right? You are not able to get the data for one particular month or one particular series, right? So this can be corrected by either inputting it or highlighting. So this means that either you assume the approximate value. If you are sure that, okay, January, February, this was the trend, and on the basis of that trend, you can assume the value for September, which was missing. You can even use some statistical method like moving average to compute that missing value. You can copy the data from a similar data set, or you can consider a 0 if it is a numeric, and you can fill missing if it is categorical, and then you can make your statistical analysis ignore these values, but you have to be very careful while doing this. Next, the benefits of data cleaning is it removes major errors, makes everyone in your team more efficient, allows better understand what your data is intended to do, and learn where it is coming from. This will improve the decision-making process, will improve productivity, and finally will boost up your reputation. These are some of the data cleaning tools which are freely available, like Open Refine, Tobacco, and so on. Next, Data Cleaner, Cloud, and Indigo, and even you can use Excel also. Like if you have some blank spaces, you can use the trim command. So Excel can also be treated as a good cleaning tool. Now that once you have cleaned the data, you check whether your data is of good quality or not. Although this is quite difficult, but still up to an extent, you can say that if you are achieving all these, you can say that your data is a quality data. So the first thing, you check your data types, that for a number, it is of type numeric. For data, it is a date. Sorry, for date, it's of date object and so on. You consider the compulsory constraints. For example, if you are making a student database, the column of roll number and name should not be empty, right? You do cross field examination, which means that there are certain conditions which may affect multiple fields. For example, the time of departure of a flight cannot be earlier than its arrival. This will obviously affect various other things also. So make sure that this is not done. Unique requirements, which means that, for example, roll number is a unique requirement for the two student. You have to make sure that it is particularly unique to a particular field and cannot be shared by multiple users. Like a roll number cannot be same for two students. Membership restriction is that either he's a male, female, or unknown. There cannot be any other possibility. Regular pattern, the email has a pattern, right? The name, right? The @ sign, @ sign with the domain name, or a phone number, it has 10 digits, right? So these are some examples of regular patterns. Accuracy. This is difficult to measure, but still you have to do it. You can say that your data is valid if the previous all the points were okay, but to say that it is okay, now suppose I give my phone number to you. My phone number has 10 digits. It's valid, but still, is that my phone number? You cannot assure this, right? So that is why I'm saying that accuracy is quite difficult. And precision, again, this is giving more details about the data. For example, I am saying that I live in Agra. This is accurate, but is not precise because I am not telling you that where in Agra. So what I have to do is I have to also give the street name, that I live in Dayalbagh. Then completeness. It's nearly impossible. Next, it's nearly impossible to say that you have complete information. But up to an extent, you can say that yes, your information is complete. It is more challenging to achieve it rather than accuracy or validity, because you cannot assume some value. Rather, you have to have known facts. To complete your data, you can redo the data gathering activities, which again is not an easy task. Redoing means approaching the clients again, re-interviewing the respondents, and so on. But even this doesn't mean that your data is completed. Next, consistency. I made the student database, which included name, roll number, so on, and the age of the student. At one place, I mentioned his age as 21. And at some other place, I mentioned his age as 31. So now I need to cross-check which value is true, right? I cannot, the same student cannot be aged as 21 and 31, right? So these are some examples of consistency. Misspelling the names of the student is a very common example of inconsistent data. Next, uniformity is to assure that all the values you have entered in your data set are in same unit. If at one place you have entered times in seconds, everywhere you have to mention the time in seconds. And the method is simply inspect the records. So this was all about data cleaning. Now the data analysis. It is the process of cleaning, which I have already discussed, analyzing, interpreting, and visualizing data to discover valuable insights that drive smarter and more effective business decisions. For example, I may analyze customers' behavior to understand how customers interact with their products. I can analyze students' result to see their performance in different subjects. And this will help me in defining the strategies for improvement. The importance of data analysis is analyzed data reveals insights that tells you what your customer needs and where to focus your efforts. These are some prerequisites for proper data analysis. I'm skipping these because of shortage of time. Now the next, data analysis types. This is again very important from research point of view, because the type of research that we are doing, especially for the data scientists who are, I think, present in the presentation. The one thing is text analysis, which is also known as text mining. This is the form of qualitative analysis. Like sentiment analysis nowadays is very popular. You try to analyze the data of Twitters, right, and find out that what is the opinion. For example, you analyze the Twitter of students to see the effect of online classes, right, and the result was maybe positive, that it was very effective, of course, and it may be negative, that no, we were not able to understand something. It may be neutral, that okay, fine, right? So you can judge the social media sites to perform these type of analysis. This is performed usually by using machine learning and natural language processing to organize unstructured text data so that you can get valuable insights from it. Next, descriptive analysis. This is simply applying various statistical descriptive techniques to get a result. It mainly deals with what happened. The example includes that showing the distribution of sales across a group of employees and the average sales figure per employee. Inferral analysis next. This hypothesis about what happened by comparing statistics from groups within an entire population, say a population of country or something like that. Most common methods are hypothesis testing. So for example, in a market research, you are comparing two variables to reach the conclusion that money is spent more by a female customer or by male customer or by different age groups. Diagnostic analysis deals with why did it happen. It uses insights from statistical analysis to understand the cause or reason behind statistics. It can be, for example, helpful in understanding the customer behavior. Predictive analysis, we all have done this, this a lot. What is likely to happen, predictions, for which we normally use regression analysis. In this COVID period, there is a flood of researchers who are predicting the COVID effect by next 5 years, 10 years, and so on. Prescriptive analysis, a new field. This is a recent field which is very advanced. Prescriptive next, which is a very advanced form of analysis, and it usually uses artificial intelligence or optimization techniques to give you the reason that how to what action should be taken on the basis of your data. You basically try to optimize your results. Then comes the data analysis techniques. Next. There are different techniques for analyzing data depending upon the question at hand, the type of data, and the amount of data gathered. So some of the techniques are based on mathematics. Next. You may have descriptive analysis, regression analysis, factor analysis, which is part of clustering in data mining. Discriminant is part of classification technique in data mining, right? And time series analysis, it's basically used for forecasting. These are various mathematical and statistical techniques. Then based on artificial neural network and machine learning, you may have ANN, artificial neural networks, decision tree, evolutionary programming like genetic algorithm. You may have market basket analysis, frequent tree pattern, which are part of data mining, and fuzzy logic. Then, because data analysis also helps in visualizing the data, the information, so you have different graphs like area graph, word cloud, charts, and so on. Scatter plots, different maps. Next. Scatter plots, different maps, Gantt chart, which is used to show the progress of your activities. Image, this computer vision is the recent area of research wherein you can develop various visualization techniques. Then some of the data analysis tools. Next. You have Excel. Excel can be used for any kind of data provided that you have completely installed it. It helps in data analysis. It helps in data cleaning. You can perform various tasks from it. You have business intelligence software like next Power BI, Find Report. You have Python and SAS. SPSS are various statistical software that you can use for data analysis and cleaning. So this is where I would like to stop. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the authors of various internet sources used to prepare this presentation. Wherever possible, the links have been provided. However, any omission is duly regretted. So to conclude, this chapter was, this talk was very lengthy. I tried to sum up, but I don't know how much did I succeed. Hope that this was useful for you. Thank you. इसके सबको PDF चाहिए, बहुत लंबा था ना.
Thank you, ma'am. It was very wonderful and informative session. Let's have question answer session. So if anybody wants to ask the question, please drop your questions in the drop box. Chat box of the Zoom meeting.
I am not able to. मैम सामने भी दिख रहा है क्वेश्चंस. वहाँ कहाँ दिखेगा? Could you please express an example for please? Some data analysis. Some data analysis software. Question data analysis software का नाम चाहिए. I got only one question right now that Dr. Sumit is asking for the name of analytical data analysis software. So open source, I mean, you can use Excel, which is a best tool for even advanced data analysis. And you have Tableau also, which can be used for data analysis. data cleaning also. These software will help you in both.
Keep Shikha Raj, how to clean the data.
काम गया मेरा?
Good morning, ma'am. I want.
हाँ, yes.
Yeah, ma'am. I just wanted to know how to go about cleaning the data.
Cleaning the data.
Yes, ma'am.
I went about 10 to 5, 6 slides for
No,
that.
actually, it's like I have a particular data on the stock market. So what is happening is the values are getting repeated. Sometimes zero is coming. So then it is creating a problem. So what exactly should I do, madam?
From where have you taken this data?
Madam, it is from the Nifty 50, a 10-year data from the Nifty 50.
So they have mentioned zero over there. What you can do
No,
is,
no, I have calculated the returns, and there are certain days wherein I am getting in my particular stock zero as return. So that is creating a problem. Can I do something about it, madam?
the best thing that I can right now suggest is, if possible, you can ignore this. Or the other thing is that on the basis of some previous data, if you can assume some value, then you may write that, you can take that value if it works. If possible, you can use moving average, wherein you can take last 3 years data and calculate average for that. That will give you the value instead of a zero. Anyone else?
Anyone else wants to ask the question?
It's done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So now take a small break and please kindly join back at 12:10 p.m. for the further sessions. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome back. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Rajkumar Bhardwaj. He is an assistant professor, Central University of Punjab, Bhatinda. He has completed 3 research projects. He has published 5 books. He has published more than 40 publications. He has worked as a guest editor of a special issue on research data management of DESI DOC General of Library and Information Technology and Indigenous Matter of IFLA General. He has achieved more than 6 awards. He has visited 8 countries. He has been visited more than 35 times for lectures in conference, seminars, and other events. He has presented 5 papers in national and international conferences and seminars. I request Dr. Bhardwaj to share his valuable knowledge on research data managing academic institutions. Please join us, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this generous introduction. I hope I'm audible, loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity that I'm able to interact with the participants of this FDP program organized by Dayalbagh Educational Institutions. So I'm particularly thankful to Dr. BP Singh, who has given me an opportunity and who contacted me to share my thoughts on this very pertinent topic, research data management in higher education institutions. So I won't give too much formality, but I would like to know how many participants are there. I'm not able to hear you.
85 plus.
Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do in this talk is it's a slightly, and I also thankful to all 3 of you, each one of you for putting your efforts to organize this event. So what I'm trying to organize or trying to conduct this session is it's kind of a more interactive. Rather than giving a full speech for 1.5 hours, I would like to pause in between after certain 10-15 minutes to understand, to comprehend about to comprehend what is your understanding about that topic, whatever I have covered within that time frame. So that will be the format. And this is the first time I'm trying this format. Usually we give lectures. Okay, so because all of you are either working professionals or the teachers in the university and colleges, so I think that particular mode will make you more engaged with these sessions. So my understanding about the research data management, all of us are actually very new to this topic. This is very new in India. No one actually knows much about it because if you see the educational technologies, most of these educational technologies actually we have been borrowing from the Western world. Okay, so the Western world, these have similarly the topic which I'm covering today is the research data management. Also, we borrowed it from the West, and it's become very popular in the Western country. So when I visited as a Commonwealth Professional Fellow in 2017 in the UK, I had an opportunity to visit various institutions in the university under that fellowship. And during that course, we found that there's a one major area which we have not been discussing in India or in the South Asian region, and that's a research data management. That's a really missing there. So after when I returned, when I was in fellowship, I visited around 45 universities in the UK, and I had extensive discussions with the people who are working on research data management, and I also had interaction with the researcher, and of course our host also delivered several discussions and organized various meetings with experts. So during this course, when I got some understanding about this topic, I came back to India and I read several books I read, more than I think 10 books I read about this topic. And then eventually I got some understanding about this topic. And when I was preparing for this session, I primarily consulted this book. It's called Exploring Research Data Management by the Cox and the Virban. Both are Professor Cox is the professor at Sheffield University in the UK, and I have a great association with him for a long time. So I read his book, and it gives me more insight to have a discussion with all of you. So what does it mean by the research data that you need to understand? First of all, if you want to implement any kind of a technology in the technology in educational institution, whether it's a research data services or research support services, which is the prime theme of this faculty development program, the first thing actually is a very important, and that is that you should have a willingness to implement things. You should have a willingness to adapt the change. If you don't have a willingness to adapt the change, then it is certainly very difficult to understand things. So that was a prime thing. And one actually quote really inspires me, that many ideas never been initiated because of the fear that they will never be achieved. So don't be hesitant, even if you don't have a expertise in the technology, if you don't have any expertise on any particular topic, which is very new to us, don't try to leave it. Don't try to escape from it. So think about these quotations, that many ideas never been initiated because of the fear that they will never be achieved. Okay, so this is very important. So now come to the agenda of this topic, research data management in higher education institutions. So if you implement the idea, like any educational technology, you need to keep in mind three things. That when you have some idea, you need to ponder upon your idea for a longer period of time. In fact, when I teach in my class, I always say that you need to think, and think. In higher education, most of you belong to the higher education, I'm sure. So in higher education, I always emphasize that you need to inculcate skills among our students, that they need to think. So once they will be very thoughtful about it, they would be able to solve any kind of problems. So that's thinking and solving is very important. And afterwards, they need to communicate it. So when they have a solution of any problem, like we are talking about research support services and institutions, so you can have use the research support service if you are a researcher, and the other perception is if you are in educational administrations, then if you would like to implement that technology in the education, then you need to think about it. So think about it, solve the problem, or where you would like to implement the technology, or if you would like to implement the technology in your own research work, then also you need to think about it. How I can implement it in a better way, isn't it? Nowadays, research is important as a researcher, but another aspect of the research is how efficiently and effectively you do it. And for doing so, you need to understand lots of tools and technology, e-research tools and technology. In fact, recently we have introduced a paper in our curriculum at Central University that's called e-research tools and techniques. So e-research, because if you don't understand these tools and technique, it will be very cumbersome for you to do your research. For instance, the citations. If you don't know the citation tools, then it will be very difficult for you to prepare the bibliography. If you don't know the tools which will help you in a literature review, it will be very difficult. So similarly, suppose you are doing a research in your organization and you have done an extensive literature review in the beginning of the research. But what will happen afterwards? Like if you did a literature review initial 6 months, but new research will keep publishing throughout your research period. So how you cope up with it, isn't it? You can't go every day on the database to search it. So you need to put some alerts on the databases. You need to understand, you need to comprehend how to optimally utilize the technology in your research. So that's a very important aspect. So similarly, now come to the agenda. Similarly, if you want to implement any new technology, in either in your education or in your research. So you need to think about the ideas, think of it, prepare, make an idea. And once you have an idea of it, like even if as a researcher or as an educational administrator or as a information professionals, you need to have a discussion with your colleagues through a verbal phase. Because sometimes we have an idea, but it's not sharpened. It is not at the stage where it can be implemented. There are some lacuna between your ideas and the actual ground problem or actual solution of the problems. So you need to have a verbal discussions, not just with your seniors, not just with the administrators, educational administrator, but also with your juniors, but also with the other researchers who are working in your domain. And afterwards, you need to prepare a plan in the form of a notational plan. Okay, so once you make a plan, you need to have a proper blueprint that how you are going to execute your research. Okay, and executing, the other thing is very important in the research is, see, when you do research, there are many ideas which you have not envisaged in the beginning. For instance, I'm giving you my own example. I did my research in a legal information system approximately 5 years ago. So after doing my research, I published a couple of papers, 5-6 papers I published, 5-6 times. I presented in conferences. And thereafter, I was satisfied. I did a wonderful job and it got a wide acknowledgement, not just in India, but outside also. And everybody was happy. My department, all faculty members, all professors, they were really happy. I was also happy. So, but suddenly, after 3-4 years, an idea came to my mind. I didn't analyze, there can be a different perceptions of a male and there can be a different perception of a female of that research, isn't it? I didn't realize it throughout my research period. I didn't mention anywhere that different perception of different genders. Okay, so after 4 years, I realized it that this can be a research paper. This can be also, I already have a data. I only need to analyze it from different angles. And it can be a altogether different research. So then I analyze, pull that data from my email and my pen drive, and then I analyze it. And I published one good paper out of it. That was on a gender perception on this topic. And it got published in abroad, and I was happy. But afterwards also, there are a lot of ideas came into my mind that I can use my data, which I have gathered after lots of hard work. In the scorching heat of May and June, it was totally scorching. I used to travel on a bike to collect the data from various parts of the Delhi, and then I collected. So lots of money, manpower, and time I invested in, isn't it? So data become a very precious, because the text literature which you add in your research or the finding which you got from other researchers, they become sometime outdated. The new research keep publishing, but your data, and that you can easily fetch from the databases, but your data, which is so valuable, if you have not managed it properly, if you suppose you lost it somewhere, then it will become a very, very difficult to think from different angles or different dimensions. Okay, so therefore, now the idea comes. Why I'm emphasizing on the data? Because data, if you think data from a different angles, like a publication, because as a researcher, what do you think about? As a researcher, you think that all my research, which I'm doing, it should be read by everyone, isn't it? It should be read by the researcher in my domain. Okay, and the researchers, as a researcher, me should also get the research paper or research material which is in my domain. Okay, so every researcher also want the publication which belong to their domain. And if you have published an individual article, you also want to have an individual article should also get its reader. If you have published 10 papers during the course of your educational endeavor, you would like to, you would like to have access to other people also, so that other person can also read the finding of your research. They can also cite your research, isn't it? So that's also your perceptions. And of course, we also think about that the data which we are accessing from the internet or somewhere else, publication, we should get it instant without wasting time. So all these, keeping these things in a mind, we should also think about the data. We think about the publication, these perceptions, but we should also think about our data. The data is also for the use. Similarly, the other researchers' data, I should get it. And my data can also be used by others. Why we publish research? Obviously, the reason of publication is that I would like to get more visibility in my domain, isn't it? So that people recognize me, that I'm the expert in this domain, isn't it? So what we do research and we publish it in the publications. But we forget one thing. Research publication is only one component of the research. The data which we gather after lots of efforts is also one of the aspects of the research. So why not to share that? And why not to, like, if we get the credit citation for the publication, why not to get citation for the data? Isn't it? So this is a new concept in India, that citation of the data is also can be used to influence the people who are recruiting you, who are promoting you. But in the Western world, if you go in Europe and America, this has become a common practice. In US, people invest a lot of money actually in the beginning, in the government. The reason being that they actually realize the importance of the data at a very early stage. Research data which are generated by the institutions, higher educational institutions, research institutions. So that become very, very important. And they invest a lot of money to generate, manage it, so that the data can be reused over a period of time. Because, like, suppose I have a data, I only envisaged after 4 years about the different gender perception about that data. But if I make that data available, many of you might have different perceptions. Many of you have a different viewpoints about that data, and you can also cull some result out, which can have a different publication out of it, isn't it? But obviously, the data, if data is mine, I have generated it. If I give you right to make publication out of it, you can make it. But if I'll not give a right to you to make publication out of it, you cannot make it. But you can think about that data, that this data I can use in my research from a different fields, isn't it? Or the research which I'm doing, I can use in a different line, isn't it? Which the person has done, who has made the data available. So another benefit of this is that the duplication of research can also be minimized, especially if you talk about the South Asian country. In South Asian country, main problem in our research work, you will see, we all higher education institutions are doing research, but the main problem is there are a lot of duplications. They will only change a little bit of scope, but the finding when it come out, it will be almost same, isn't it? Like if somebody is doing a research in Agra, so if he will choose similar, institutions, one type of institutions, like out of 20, 10 he chosen, and another researcher, he will also choose similar type of institutions, 10 different. So ultimately, finding of the research, then there will not be much difference, isn't it? So that's the main problem. But if you make our data available, we can understand what kind of research the other person has done in this area, so that I can choose a different perception, different objectives. So duplication of efforts can also be minimized if we make our data available to everyone. And that can be possible through the research data management. So that you need to understand. So now come to the point, you need to, now you are in a dilemma. What is this research? Okay. So what is research data here is any information that has been collected, observed, generated, or created to validate original research findings. So although usually digital research data also include non-digital formats such as laboratory notebooks and diaries. So it means the data, it doesn't mean that if you have gathered some data and made it in the SPSS file or Excel file, or in science you have made it in different, manage it in different. Data is not just confined to that. Keep this in mind. If you are working in a laboratory and you are noting down simultaneously while doing experiments, if you are in social science, you are using a questionnaire to collect the data. If you are doing interview using a set of questions, you are recording the interviews. All these are also part of the research data. So all these are actually become a research data. Even a tool, even a questionnaire, even a research diary, notebook, where you have noted down, all these become a part of the research data. So that's a research data. I hope now you have understood. So now come to the point that research data, you need to keep in mind that it is not an easy game to manage the data. Okay, because research data is diverse. It's a very diverse, isn't it? And it's a multi-source. Sometimes when we are doing research, we are gathering it from a different sources, isn't it? Sometimes we gather it through the interview. One person interview is also very important, isn't it? And sometimes we are gathering it doing a survey or using a questionnaire. Sometimes we are gathering data from some other sources, isn't it? Like visiting sometimes book fair or sometimes visiting other cities. And that you need, like they are multi-source. So that you need to remember. Sometimes like in physics, sometimes people are also taking data from already existing repositories. They don't want to, put some, efforts in, movement of recording the movement of planets. So NASA has provided a lot of data. So they also gathered from those sources. And you need to remember that this data, research data, is very valuable and very costly. I'm giving you an example of how valuable it is. A couple of years ago, we did a research on a visually impaired students, like those who have a problem in print, so print disabled. So we conducted a survey on them, and we also hired a research assistant for that purpose. So you will be surprised that my research assistant used to do sometimes only one interview, one person data in one day, because we had extensive questions and taking a time from the visually impaired students and then going there and collecting data. So sometimes genuinely he used to collect only one data from one person, and we invested and we used to pay to him also. So it's a sometime, and you can imagine when we gather that data, around 317 visually impaired students data we gathered, how valuable it was. Okay, and you can also imagine like like these automobiles or car manufacturing companies also. You see in the market there are new models of the cars are flooded. So flooded with the new models. So how they publish so free, how they launch these new models frequently. Obviously, doing a lot of research. So you can imagine if their research is leaked, so other company can take over the market. So this data become very, very valuable. It's very costly. And sometimes data is also very sensitive. Sensitive in the sense, suppose you have a medical data. Okay, so medical data, like there are some diseases which are very, our society is not accepting those. And if the personal data is disclosed to the people that this person has this disease, he can, there can be a social stigma on the person, because even if he is suffering medically, but there can be social stigma also. So it's become very sensitive. So that also you need to understand. And the data, research data is also massive. Okay, because like there are studies conducted which found that on an average, one researcher in the lifespan of the research period, like in PhD or in postdoc, any one of them, generate at least 1 terabyte of data. That's another way around that we don't manage those data properly. But that's a study that on an average, 1 terabyte of data is being generated by individual research. So that also you need to keep in mind that it's also massive and complex. When you analyze the data, it's so complex. You need to give labels to it. You need to assign the variables to it. Okay, and they are really difficult to understand. What are the variables? What are the labels? And the research data is also derivative. Means you can also drive different results out of it. Like when the government make policies. Okay, so how they make policies? Obviously, they use the data, and on the basis of the statistics, they decide where they need to invest money more and which geographical area need more money. all the which sector need more money, all these, like, and what kind of policy they need to make it for the citizens. So they also keep into that consideration the data generated by the people itself. For instance, I'm giving you an example of Amazon. So Amazon nowadays, Google is asking me a question: fill your date of birth. Fill your date of birth. Why they are asking me? Because they would like to provide me a better services. They are saying. I don't know what they will do with that, but that they are asking for the date of birth so that they can figure out me that in which category, which age group I belong. Okay, and similarly they can, give me notification related to the news, related to other activities. Similarly, Amazon is doing. Okay, so Amazon also capture yours lot of information when you create an account, and when they also keep a watch on your shopping behaviors, and afterwards they will give you notification related to the new items added to the Amazon portal. Okay, or shopping portal, e-commerce portal. So that's also you need to remember that you can also drive result out of it. And the research data is a communities based. That also you need to remember, and driven by information intensive processes, because a lot of intensive processes we put on, and then research data is being generated. So this is all about the research data. So there are different sources also. If you talk about the sources, there are observational data, which is captured in a real time and usually irreplaceable. For example, sensor data, survey data, and then neuroimages, all these and experimental data, which is captured from the lab experiment, and it is often reproducible, but this can be expensive. For example, the experiment data are gene sequences, chromatograms, and toroid magnetic field. So these observation and experimental data, these are two sources of research data. Then in the simulation data, which is generated from the test models, where the models are metadata are more important than the output data. For example, the climate models and the economic models. And we also have a source of data such as derived or compiled data has been transformed from the pre-existing data points, and it is reproducible if lost, but this would be expensive. For example, the data minings, compiled databases, and 3D models. And we also have another source, a reference of canonical data. What does it mean? So it is a static or organic conglomerations or collection of smaller peer-reviewed data sets, most probably published and curated. For example, gene sequences, data banks, and chemical structures. So these are the different sources of the research data that you need to remember. Now, the another concept has also, we talked about the research data, but now talk about the open data. So open data means a machine readable, available in bulk, and provided in open format. Okay, open format with a freely available published specification, which places no restrictions, monetary or otherwise, upon its use, or at a very least can be processed with at least one free Libre open source software tools. Means a data which is openly available to the public. People can download it, people can use it, people can do anything, whatever they want. So this kind of a data, we call it a open research data, which is freely available to the public for their use. Okay, and there are different licenses also maybe associated with it that we will discuss later. But these are the two concepts now, the research data and the open research data. Okay, so if you have any doubts so far, we can have a discussion. Audio, are you not getting my audio? Hello? Hello?
Maybe some candidate have their network problems. That's why they are not getting.
Yeah. Okay. So anyone has any, would like to ask anything until now? Otherwise, we'll move ahead.
Have question, please drop in chat box questions, please.
So you can ask
participants or raise your hand in chat box.
Yeah. So I'm showing you a video. This will give you a better understanding of it. Why do we need to manage that? So can you see this video? Is it visible? Madam, can you see it? Madam, can you see it? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Video. Can you see the video?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, that's good. Let me play. Audio also you getting?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
तो चल रहा है कि चल रहा है वीडियो सर वही तो
Yeah.
उनसे पूछ रहे हैं इनका नाम क्या है सर प्ले नहीं हो रहा ना
Can you see?
सर वीडियो इज नॉट प्लेइंग ऑन स्क्रीन
Okay, just a minute. Let me show you. Let me share you the link. That will be better. Can you see now?
नो सर
Just a minute. Can you see now?
यस सर
Yeah. Please watch this video.
प्लस सर प्लीज turn on audio of video we are not getting the audio sir
You're not getting the audio?
हाँ yes sir we are not getting the audio of your video
Oh. Anyway, I think this is it. Anyway, so I think there's some problem in technical problem. So can you see the screen now?
yes sir
So this is actually a discussions with two people. There's one panda and there's another teddy bear. So here the teddy bear actually has a data. Okay. And the panda is trying to convince the teddy bear that you did a research couple of years ago. So can you give me the data? So when they had a discussions, you know, the teddy bear who is in the left side gave several excuses to the panda that I did a research and my research data is in the pen drive and I don't know where is that pen drive. Okay, so this is the first excuse this teddy bear gave to the panda. Another thing he says that I have a data. Afterwards, like when the panda convinced the teddy bear that please try to find out where is that pen drive, then he located that pen drive and says that data I have, but I don't know about those labels. So the person who made that label, he left the organizations. Okay, so that's another way. Like you cannot understand the data which was prepared by someone else. So several excuses he gave, and he eventually come to this point. The data you can get it from my published paper, which I published. Okay, he only has one copy of it, and it is in a memory stick. That's another I already mentioned. And then he said, I got a data, but the software which can be used to analyze the data is also not available. So you cannot analyze it until that software is available. And the third, he says, no idea about the data labels. And the person who comprehend the data label also left the organization. So this is the discussion happens between the two people. So suppose your friend has data. So he will give you several excuses about that they don't want to share the data with you. And then these are the reasons. If you will come to the summation of the conversations, you will find that Researcher invests a lot of time in creating the data, and therefore they feel they own it and want to control it. So we would like to control the data and we don't want to give it to someone. So that's a one actually mindset we have. But if you compare this mindset to the Western world, there people are sharing the data with others and they're also getting credit for it. Okay. Other thing is they simply not have knowledge and skill to share the data. So even if I want to share, some of us would like to share the data with others, we don't know where to share. We don't know how to share it. Okay. We want to make it available so that our visibility can be increased. But the problem is we don't know how to do it. Okay. So that's also one of the summation of this conversation. Another can be they may be put off by a bureaucracy. So there are a lot of bureaucratic process also they can, like some universities can say, no, you cannot submit the data in the public. You cannot give it to others. You cannot make it public. So there are a lot of other bureaucratic problem can also occur if we think about making our data available to the public. The other thing is never reuse data themselves. So we don't know how to reuse the data, because the ultimate, if you talk about the data management as a researcher, the ultimate aim should be that it should be reused. The more it will be reused, the more visibility you will get as a researcher. Okay, so never reuse data themselves, because I have not done reused it. So obviously I don't know how it can be reused. I gave you an example that how I visualize the gender perception after so many years. And there could be a commercial interest, like I did a research which can have a commercial utility. So why I would share the data? Okay, so that's another summation we can say. And there are doubtful that someone who was not involved in data collection could really understand that data or reuse it in a methodological value. And that there are doubtful that someone not involved in data collection could really understand the data or use it in a methodological. So some people who are willing to share, they sometimes don't know how to share it. They sometimes also think that other people will not able to understand the data, and they themselves didn't reuse it. So they also think that what people will do, how people will reuse it. So these are some of the problems people face, and this is the general conversations. But if you look into the different other news, different incident, sometimes we have managed data either in a pen drive or we have managed it in some computer, but there are lots of other hazards also destroy the data. Sometimes there are earthquakes, sometimes there are fire in the building, sometimes we are traveling in the public transport and we lost our bag, we lost our laptop, isn't it? So what will happen? Your all research data will be vanished, isn't it? So you have to start your research from the zero again. So there can also be a possibility. So therefore, we need to manage it. We need to manage it to understand the different perception of a researcher, that why do we need to. So this is one example, that there can be natural calamity, there can be any accident, but other benefits all, like if you manage your data in a standard way, which the Western researchers have been doing or Western institutions have been doing, you can find your data anytime. Like even if you are traveling from one city to another city, you can get it anytime, because it's managed by your institution or it's managed by some other third party. So even if you are traveling, even if you don't have access to your laptop or pen drive, still you can find it. Even after so many years, 5-10 years also, you can locate your data, because it's somebody responsible institution is doing it, managing it, and you will never lose it. With the news clipping you have seen, somebody lose it, somebody destroyed it, someone because of several reasons it destroyed. So you will never lose it. That data will remain accessible wherever you go. It will, and it will also be in a publishable stage. So other people can also read it. They can also cite it. So it's just like a publications. It's available. Public people can refer it, and it will also help in avoiding the duplications. It will also enhance your visibility of not just your PhD work, but not just as a researcher, but your research data will also get visibility and increase the number of citations. Okay. And it also provides the opportunity for the collaboration. That's a wonderful thing. Like sometimes we don't know who's the person who is working in our area so that we can collaborate with them. But if we have an understanding about the people that this person is doing working on a similar domain, and that can be possible when we make our data available, then other people will understand that this is my domain area, and they would also try to contact me for the collaborations. And other thing is, you can also demonstrate your research integrity and validation of research results. Sometimes people say that your research is not valid, but if your data is available online, you can, you can show them this data is available. You can check the validity. And sometimes, like many funders, like if you are working on a research project or if you are working on a postdoc, a fellowship, sometimes the funder also make it mandatory. Like I'm giving in India, there's one funding agency is called ICASSR. So ICSR he has not made it mandatory, but they are asking, and the end of the project, you have to submit everything, your data and everything. They are not making it online, but you have to submit your data. Okay, they are not mandatorily making it online. But if you will not submit it, they will not give you clearance in that. But other funders are not doing it. But in the Western world, everybody is doing it. Everybody has made it available, online through third party or through the institutions. That's a mandate. Okay. And once you will make it available, there are a lot of exploration can also be done by not just by you, but by other researchers. So that the crux of this slide is that if you make your data available, if you manage your research data, then there are better chances of collaboration with the similar people who are working on a similar research area. So, and eventually, when you will have better collaboration, you will have better chances of visibility, better chances of publications. So that you should keep in mind. There are a lot of benefit as a researcher. But why to do this thing by the researcher? Now the many institutions are also coming forward to manage the data. Now I'm giving you an example of ICSR. They're collecting the data, but mandatorily they're not making online, but they have now have a collaboration with one of the agency of UGC InfluNet Center. And the UGC InfluNet Center is collecting the data from the ICSSR, and they have made it available online through a repository. That's called the ICSR data repositories. Okay, so institution has, why the institution can need to do it? Because the institution also need to showcase the research out to a global community, so that to attract new collaborators and research partners, and to strengthen research environment and infrastructure. And sometimes they also have to do the compliance with the research data expectations of the funder and the publishers. And of course, when they will manage the data in their institutions, they will be able to do the better decision making. Because if the decision is based on the data, sometimes like it gives better results. So better decision making can be done if the institution will also start making the data. Okay, and permitting the creation of new data sets by combining data from the multiple sources. So that can also be done. That's another benefit the institution can have. So if you look into the behavior of the data sharing, insight of the researchers, you will find the data sharing trends in the country is the highest in this Germany. So Germany had the highest 55%, and the Brazil has 52%, and the US has 46, and afterwards, Japan and UK. And the lowest is the Australia, 40. So these are basically the top countries who are doing the researcher data sharing. So most of the institutions in the Western world, they are doing it. And if you talk about the hesitance of the researcher, why the researchers are hesitant. So Wiley has done a study, and they found that 52% of the researchers, intellectual property or confidentiality is the issue, that they don't share their data. And 36% of the funder institution does not require data sharing. Okay, and 26% they says, I'm concerned that my data, my research will be scooped. Like scooped in the sense, they will take away my research work and they will claim their own. Okay, and I'm not concerned. 26% also says that I'm not concerned about the misinterpretations. I'm concerned about misinterpretation and misuse. So some people can misinterpret my data and they can analyze it from different angles, which can harm my research. And there are lots of ethical issues are also concerned. And 22% also says that I am concerned about being given proper citation, credits, or attribution. Like people will use my data, but they will not give my credit. So some people are also hesitant to share the data on this basis. And some people also says that I didn't know where to share my data. It's a large number. 20% says, 21% says, I don't know where to share it. 20% says, I don't have time and resources. And 60% literally says, I didn't know how to share my data. Okay, some people says, 21% says where to share it. And 60% says, I don't know. I don't know at all how to share it. So this is the study which conducted by the YLA and which gave very interesting findings, which we can keep in mind. So how to manage it? Now come to the point is how to manage what can be different ways of managing. If you are willing in your institutions as an educational administrator or a research administrator, so you should think that first you need to manage the raw data, or as a researcher, if you want to think, first you need to manage the raw data. Raw data. Raw data can be in your pen drive, in your laptop, or in your email ID, anywhere. So first manage the raw data, then data collection and structured data, like which we have done in Excel or SPSS or in your lab software. So manage that. And then afterward, the process or data which is represented, and then the data which is available in the population. So in this way, in this pyramid, one by one, you can start managing your data for your research. And it will give you a lot of fruits, which we have already discussed so far, that it has a lot of benefit as a researcher. It has a lot of benefit as an institution. So this is, anyone has any questions so far? Anyone has any questions so far?
I think they had dropped in chat box. Please go through it.
What measures should be taken to increase data sharing trend in our country, and individual as well as institutions? So see, this is a very interesting question. Somebody who has asked it, he has not given his name, Dr. Khushbu Kumar. Yeah. So one thing here that you need to remember is that this is basically a top-down approach. Top-down in the sense, like if you are a JRF, junior research fellow, or if you are a faculty member in the university or college, or if you are working on a project, if your body where you are engaged, if they made it mandatory to manage the data, like UGC has made it mandatory to deposit your thesis or check your thesis plagiarism first before submitting. Okay, and afterwards, your institution who have signed an MOU with the UGC, they deposit your e-thesis, soft copy of your thesis on Shodhganga. So all your thesis, now you see more than 3 lakh theses from 180 institutions, not more than that. It's a more now. So large number of institutions, it's available on the Shodhganga. So you can download the thesis of others and you can refer that thesis when you write your own thesis, isn't it? Sometimes it happens. So similarly, the data can also be, so this can be approach. This can be a real approach to make it, make it a trend in India. So this can be approach. It's a top-down approach. But I'm sure many of you are researchers. So as a researcher, you should not wait for top-down approach. There are other also repositories where you can submit your data during your course of research. Okay, voluntarily. Obviously, they are not mandatory. Voluntarily, you can submit your data, and you can also get the data from those repositories for your own research. That we will discuss in the later part of this presentation. Anyway, so another researcher has asked, are there any research data management repository available in India, centrally like Shodhganga? And this is asked by Bijayananda Pradhan, I think. Yeah, that's Bijayananda, Dr. Bijayananda. There's only one repository, this ICSR, I give you an example. But many institutions have also started repositories. Like there's a oceanographic institution, which is in Goa, I think. I'm not sure where it is. they have their own data repository. There are large number of repositories, more than 60-65 data repositories are available in India, which can be accessed on. Okay, so we will discuss it in later part of it. I'm sure you are. You are satisfied with my reply, Dr. Bijananda and Dr. Khushbu Kumar. Okay. Okay. So shall we move forward? Anyone has any question? I can take some questions. Waiting for your question. Please post, or you can ask. You can unmute yourself and you can ask. Let's make this session more interactive. Because otherwise,
if anyone wants to ask, please raise your hand in chat box. So we turn on your audio.
Would you like to come on a mic, Dr. Khushbu and Dr. Vijayananda? You can unmute yourself. Yeah, you can unmute yourself. You can ask. Dr. Khushbu Kumar. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, sir, good afternoon. This is Dr. Khushbu Kumar. Sir, thank you very much for clarifying my doubts. And also, I am waiting for the later part of this presentation in which you will be letting us know about the individual level where we can do the data repository. We can use the data repository system.
Yeah,
and
surely.
Also, apart from that, sir, one more doubt is that regarding the data adequacy, sir, how to ensure that research data is adequate or not while doing any research, sir?
Yeah, that's a complicated process. Whether data is adequate, that you have to match with your objectives. No one can suggest you. It's a researcher. Actually, researcher knows better about results. No one else, even the supervisor, I would say. Okay, it's only the researcher who understands about his research work better. So you need to understand your objectives. You need to understand the purpose of your research. You need to understand your statement of the problem, and then you can find out whether it's adequate or not. No one can judge it, isn't it? Except the reviewer. Obviously, they will judge you in the end. But in the span of your research work, it's only you can judge it in a better way, whether it's adequate or not. And of course, the mapping with the objective is one criteria that you can follow. I hope I addressed your question. Dr. Khushbu Kumar, is it fine? Yeah. Anyone else? So you can unmute yourself, Dr. Shakil. Dr. Shakil. Dr. Shakil Mullah, you can unmute yourself. You can ask me. Don't worry. No need to. Anyone else? So I can answer two questions simultaneously, like one by one. Anyone else would like to put question here? So, yeah. Okay. So there is a question by Dr. Shakil Mullah that is there any data sharing policy? Yes, we have a data sharing policy, but that data sharing policy is only confined to the government data. The data which is generated by the government, its department, its ministries. The government has made a data sharing and accessibility policy 2012, under which each institutions, each department and ministry of the government have to make their data available online. And they have, in fact, there's one repository that's called datagov.in. Okay, so DataGov is one repository where you will find all this data which is generated by the government, its department, its ministries. Okay, but as far as the research data is concerned, the data which is generated by the researchers, there is no policy as such. I hope I address your questions.
Sir, excuse me. This is Dr. Khushbu again, sir. Out of curiosity, I just want to know one question, sir. Where do we lie in data sharing trends, sir, among the world?
We are at the, we are far behind. We are far, not just us, all South Asian countries are far behind. I'm giving you an example. Like in India, we have 65 data repository at present. But if you compare in the US, they have more than 1,000. So now with this, you can judge it. Okay. Anyway, so now I'm moving ahead. I hope Dr. Khushbu, is it fine? Hello. So we are far behind actually. So there are only 65 data repositories in the which is registered on the registry of data repositories. There's one registry where the data repository from all over the world are registered. So in that we are showing 65 data repository from the country. Okay, and other South Asian countries also in the same category. We are far behind, and the US and Germany and the UK, they all, and Japan also, they are far ahead than us. Okay, so they are the US has more than 1,000 data repository at present, which are registered on the registry. Okay, so this is the pyramid. Now come to the next part of this presentation. That what are the challenges? Why we can't do it in India, in South Asian country? Because there's no policy as such in doing it. There's another thing is before, other than the policy, because the top-down approach, we need a policy to be placed, and then people will start depositing the data. But the another problem is policy is not just the lone problem. There are other problems that leadership, because the data management is so much complicated process. You need to have understanding of the research processes. You need to have understanding of the technology. You need to have understanding of the institution policies, academic policies. You need to have a computer background. You need to have a leadership. You need to understand the psychology. You need to have advocacy skills. So the people who has this kind of a leadership are also rare to find. So there's no leadership as such available. Like there are very minimal leadership available in this area. So leadership is also a problem. Then the research data infrastructure, because when one researcher is generating 1 terabyte of data on an average in a country where large and we have more than 1,000 universities. Okay, then you can imagine how much, and 50,000, more than 50,000 colleges we have. So you can imagine, and all colleges and institutions, the number is enormous. So you can understand how much, what kind of a data infrastructure you require. So data infrastructure, we also require in different layers. Like if there's a calamity at one side or the data is damaged at one side, there should be a backup. So there are different layers of data infrastructure we need. Okay, the cost involved in it, and the advocacy is also a problem. No one would like to advocate for this, that the data should be managed. Okay, and the description and legal issues, role and responsibility. Like even if we have a team, we don't know who will do what kind of what will be their role. Okay, so roles and responsibility is also a problem. And then if suppose you have manage the data, but if you are not able to make it discoverable, like if I want to search data related to my research work, I am not able to discover it, then there is a problem. So data discovery is also one of the challenges in research data management, to make it a discoverable, because you need to give it a metadata. You need to provide various descriptors so that the researcher can search the data repository and find the data. Okay, other problem is data trustworthiness. Trustworthiness is also one of the problem, because sometimes we don't trust, we think it's a fake data. So all these issues are some of the major challenges to make this research data management a reality. But in this, even if it's a challenge, you cannot escape from it. You cannot escape from managing the data, because many publishers have made it mandatory nowadays that if you would like to publish to them, then you have to submit along with the manuscript. They will ask, obviously several steps are there, that you have to submit the tables, you have to submit the figures, you have to submit your manuscript, you have to submit the author detail. But along with that, they are also asking for the data. Okay, so these are the publishers, PLOS, BMJ, Nature, they all made it PNAS, all made it mandatory to submit the data along with the manuscript. Okay, so these are the requirements they have. Then now you also need to understand the data licenses. So there are open data licenses, there are Creative Commons licenses associated with it, and you need to have a better understanding of it. So in fact, these licenses are useful to understand, not just as a for the data management, but also for your research publications. So some of the publication you will find this kind of a data, this kind of icon. What does it mean? It means CC BY. You can do anything with that publication. You can copy, you can drive result out of it, you can use it for the commercial purpose. On the other side, S6, it's a share-like attribution. So these are different attribution you will find, and these gives the researcher or the user of that publication or user of the data different rights. So if you'll find share-like, means you can use the data, but when you will modify it, then you have to share the data or the publication with the same license. Like you also need to give the same authority to other researchers also. And if you'll find this third one, then you cannot drive result out of that publication of the data. You cannot drive publications. You cannot drive result out. It's a non-derivative. It's called CCBY non-derivative. And the fourth one says you cannot use it for the commercial purpose. Okay. And the last says you cannot use it for the commercial purpose, and you have to share it to be using the same license with other also. And the last one says neither you can use it for the commercial purpose, nor you can use it for driving the result out. So these are the licenses. When you download the open access article, you will find these icons on them. So these are sufficient. Sometimes not on the publication, you will find on the repository itself. Okay. So these are very important to understand these licenses when you are managing your data using various repository or your institutional repositories. Okay, I hope you got this point, these licenses. Anyone would like to ask any question related to it? Anyone would like to ask related to licenses? Let me see, there is a question. Okay, you got it. So now come to the another point. What is the life cycle? So as far the life cycle is concerned, you need to have a data management plan. So I'm giving you one more insight of before discussing this slide, that in the Western world, as a researcher, what you do in South Asian country, most of the South Asian country, what we do, we start our research making the synopsis, and then we make our tool questionnaire, or we do experiment, and then we start managing our data, and then we publish data also along with our manuscript in the journals for publications, or we submit our thesis to the institutions. Lots of things we do, but we know where we make a plan of research data management. In the Western world, they are very smart. In the Western world, all funding agencies and all institutions actually, they made it mandatory that along with the synopsis, along with the project proposal, you also have to deposit the data management plan, that how you will manage the data. What will be who will take the responsibility of managing the data, where you will submit the data, how long it will sustain there, what kind of license you will associate with the data. So the research data management plan is mandatory to submit in the beginning of the research. So that research data management is very important, plan is very important. And there's one tool actually, it's called DMP tool, dmp.org, where you can make your plan very convenient. So after this is the life cycle, after the plan, that people collect the data, then people describe it, then people analyze it. And this is the life cycle. The question it goes in different ways. So I have to make it discoverable so that it can be reused. So ultimate aim of the data management is that it should be reused. Okay. So, and this is another plan that you need to describe the project descriptions, data acquisition, data description, and legal issues and all these things you need to clarify. So now come to the point of how to make the plan. So this is the DMP tool, which is one of the project of California University. Luckily, actually, I am also part of this project, which is hosted at a California University. And as a project team, we are a group of around 8-9 people who are working on this project. And we made it actually available to people freely. People can make their plan. There are templates available. So you type your title of your project or your thesis, then you put your objective and purpose and how you will collect the data. This tool will automatically make you a plan that how you should organize your data or how you should manage your data. So this is a wonderful tool. In fact, the latest version which we have recently launched, that proposal, the plan, data management plan, we also have a DOI. So the DOI, you can make it public. Means once you have a DOI, that here you can also cite in your synopsis. You can put in your synopsis, you can put in your methodology part, you can refer in your publication, in your citations. So it will not will just help you, but also will help other professionals also who are thinking to make the research data management plan. Okay, so this is a wonderful tool you can refer. So that, but suppose if you are educational administrator, you are information professionals. So what kind of a process you will follow to manage the data? So you need to think about, because if you are educational administrator or information professionals, you need to think about the data management planning. You will ask researcher that what is the story of your data? What is the form and format of your data? What is the actual lifespan? How the data can be reused and repurposed. So repurpose is also very crucial. And how large is the data set? And what is the rate of the growth? And who owns the data? Okay, so all these questions you will ask to start managing your data in the institution if you are an educational administrator or you are a information professionals or you are the lab in charge. Okay, there are various tools. If you are a supervisor, obviously you would like to use various tools and technology to manage the data. Okay, so all these questions you can ask to the researchers related to their research data, and this will help you in managing the data in a very efficient and effective manner. Okay, so DMP entry is also very vital. So this is actually a library-oriented model of the institutional RDM, that what are the drivers? Why are the drivers? These are the why drivers, these are the influencing factors, and these are the RDM program component. In the RDM program component, you see there should be a strategy, there should be a policy and guidelines and processes and technology and services in place, keeping in mind the storage, security, preservation, compliance, quality, sharing, and jurisdiction, and various influencing factors such as incentives, roles, governance, policies, resources, and skills. And then stakeholder, who are the stakeholder who will participate in this library-oriented model. So if you are trying to make a model of having an institutional RDM, all these factors you should keep in your mind, which will help you eventually to make a robust information management system for the data, or I would say robust data management system. Okay, so these model you can apply, and this is the model which is developed by Professor Pinfield and the folks who are working in the Sheffield University. And this is a wonderful model. Many institutions in the Western world are influenced from this model. Okay, so now these are the software which we can use. There are Dataverse, NADA, Hoodberg, and CCAN and DCAN, and these software can be used to manage the data discoverable and data descriptions. Okay, so if the data is not described, the data is not discoverable, then whole process of data management will also become futile. Okay, so this process will be futile if you will not make it a data discoverable and data reusable. So as an educational point of view, I'm saying the software should be can be used to manage the data. But if you are a researcher, you should understand what are the different repositories which can be used. So, and these are the different roles and responsibilities. If there's a team of managing the data, that researcher basically produce the data. Researcher is the owner and the end user also, and responsible for the data management plan for making the data open. Depositing, data management, choice of software, reuse, retention, and relegation. That's a responsibility of the researcher. However, the data scientist role is work in close collaboration with the scientists to collect, exploit, and analyze and reuse. And the library responsibility to support for data management and making it discoverable. And the management faculty administration responsibility in making a policy development, communication, awareness, raising enforcement, education, and cultural change. And external service providers responsibilities is storage, curation, interoperability, and technology. And obviously, IT service has to provide that technological support to the team who are responsible for managing the data. So these are the things. So suppose you have a data management repository as a researcher you want to choose, or as a administrator, or as an information professional you want to start a data management practice. So, or there are existing practice in some institution, you want to change it. So you can evaluate on the basis of context, input, activities, output, interactions, and outcome. So these are very much important that we should be keeping in mind. And this is the status at present. So United States has now more than 1,000. By the time I did this research, it was 953 repositories, which are by United States. United Kingdom had 282, Germany 318, Canada 142, and here you can see the India, it's a 45. It's an old data actually, so 45. Okay, so we are lagging behind. In fact, the China also in the same way. Okay, so all these things you need to keep in mind. Canada is Germany, these are the leading countries. So most of these concept actually is flourishing in the Western world, not in the South Asian region or global South, I would say. So it's very new in global South. It's a more prominent and popular in the northern global north. Okay, so if you talk about the kind of data these repository has, most of these repository has scientific and statistical data, standard office documents, images, plain text, raw data, structured data, and structured test and archive data. So these are the different. This is the distribution of data in these repository, and these are the type of licenses. So Creative Commons license, which we discussed in the previous slides, are still more popular, not just in the publication, but also in managing the data. So Creative Commons and the copyright, and the main problem with the data repositories are that most of these data repositories are not following any kind of licenses. Okay, they have their own customized license or their local license. So that's also a problem, that these repositories are not, following the standard license practices. Anyway, so these are the repositories which are exist in India, like ISSR Data Service, World Data Center for Geomagnetism, Indian Space Science Data Centers, ICRI, SAT Dataverse Networks, Indian Oceanographic Data Centers, National Informatics Centers. So these are the repositories. But if you want to have access of the global repositories, like repository from worldwide, this is the registry of research data repositories. If you search this Google, or this is the ID URL of it, re3data.org. Here you can find all these data repositories which are indexed here. So there are more than 3,000-4,000 data repositories are available there, and you can get idea which data repository belong to your own domain. Okay, and if you talk about this, I will not go into this detail much now. This is the crux of this presentation, is that the ultimate aim is fair. These are the principles, that you need to make your data findable, you need to make your data accessible, you need to make your data interoperable, and you need to make your data reusable. So if it is not findable, then you are not achieving your purpose. If it is not accessible, that is also has no use of investing IC infrastructure and manpower and time. And interoperable also, like if I want to fetch some data in my own repository or my own websites, then that's also possible if it's a interoperable. Okay, and ultimately the reusable. So anyone has any questions so far, so that we can complete this session in a couple of minutes. How much time left, ma'am?
17 minutes, sir. 1:45 p.m. last.
1:45. Okay, so 40 minutes my watch is showing. 14 minutes. Anyway, anyone has any question? Come on. The licenses. I already discussed licenses. There are licenses, that Creative Commons licenses, which is very popular. The beauty of Creative Commons license is that there are different attributions. Means you can have a different attribution under the same license. Like I made a data, and I want to make the data available. Now I don't want other people to use that my data, which is so valuable, which I collected after a lot of efforts. No one should derive result out of it. So you can make ND. So people can use it, but they cannot derive result out. It's called ND. But I don't want here. People can derive result out of it, but don't use in a commercial purpose. So what I can do, I will remove ND and I will put NC, non-commercial, means you cannot use it for the commercial purpose. Okay. And if you are very generous and you want to make it whatever you want to do, you would like to give freedom to the people. Anyone can do anything with the data. Then you can put simply CC/BY. So people can do anything, whatever they want. So that's a license we have at data geo. The data which are generated by the government, its ministries and department, which are managed on a data.gov.in portal. That all the data can be downloaded, all the data can be used for, you can drive result out of it, you can use it for the commercial purposes. In fact, there are some examples where the entrepreneurs who are the upcoming entrepreneurs use the data and created an app. So that app is paid, but the data which is the backend of that app is taken from the data.gov portal. So these are some of the examples, and it's only possible because the data.gov repositories has given a license of CC/BY. Okay, so these are some of the licenses, and of course, one of the license also says SA, means share alike. Like they are giving you freedom to use it, but when you modify the data, you should also give freedom to other people that modify it in a different, share it in using the same license. Means other people should also use that data with the same rights, the right which you have used for your own research. I hope you got my point. Sir, please explain the difference between patent, copyright, and license in the context of research data management. Wow, wonderful. Who is this man? Who is this person? Dr. Khushbu Kumar. Okay, wonderful questions. It's a slightly complicated. So please explain the difference between patent, copyright, and license in the context of research data management. So see, as far as the data is concerned, data or publications or any kind of a artistic form of your intellect, all these things fall under the category of a copyright. They don't fall under the category of a patent. So that thing you need to remember. Okay, even if you have created a software using a data, so that will also fall under the category of, because the value is here, the data, not the software, not the technology. You can, of course, under the technology, you can make it if you are making a different technology, which is very new. Okay, like if I make a laptop, like when I blink, my eyes blink, it also consume less power. Some kind, or a laptop which can run on a solar energy, or voice and anything kind of a different energy. So that kind of a technology is different. That can fall under the category of patent. But otherwise, all kind of a data, all kind of publication, all kind of artistic form expressions, they are in the category of a copyright. I hope, Dr. Kumar, I addressed your questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
It was a complicated one. Anyone would like to ask? Come on, it's not a class. Hello.
Question. Anyone else wants to ask the question? Please drop the question in the chat box or raise your hand to unmute.
So what I'm trying to convey from this presentation, that these days are not far away when all these things will become mandatory. So as a researcher, you cannot escape from it. They will come sooner or later. These things will come, and you have to start managing your data, which will be, which will be a compulsion to all of us. So you should start understanding, comprehending these concepts to become a better researchers, to become a better educators, to become a better academic administrators, to become a better information professionals and managers. Okay. Anyway, anyone would like to ask any further questions? Yeah, the one more question. Sir, you skip bibliometric indications in PPT. I skipped it because most of our participants are from diverse backgrounds, and only few are from which I got a data that only 10 or 15% of them are information professionals. Anyway, so I can just put a light on it without going to the PPT. That bibliometric, what does it mean by the bibliometrics? Bibliometric and cytometric informatics, these are not a new terms for the information professionals. These are also the terms, Ranganathan coined these terms far, long back in the form of Librametrics. So Ranganathan was ahead of his time, who gave an idea of not just using the bibliometrics, but Ranganathan also stated that you also think about the psychometrics. You also think about the econometrics. Okay. And of course, in the psychometrics also you talk about that nowadays we are talking about the, sentiment analysis. So he was really ahead of his time. So here in the bibliometrics, we can use all these parameters of those bibliometrics using like citations, whatever citation metric we use in bibliometrics. We can also apply those metrics in the data management. Okay, so that's also you need to remember. Here, the same, if your data is shared and you are getting your citation, it can also add value to your H index. It can also add value to your I-10 index. It can also add value to your G index. Okay, and eventually, it can also give you a better ranking to your institutions. So all these things. So bibliometric, all the indicators of the bibliometrics can also be applied in the research data management if you think from a different perceptions. And don't forget in the beginning what I said, you need to have come through an idea plane. You need to come through a verbal plane, and then you need to make a plan. So all these things are part of that concept that ultimately our aim should be to make an impact at our institution, whether it's through a teacher or through a professional information professionals or educational administrators. So these things are based on these three principles: idea planes, verbal plane, and the notational planes. I hope I addressed your query. I didn't go much into that detail because who is this Sham, Dr. Sham Bachute? Yeah. Okay, good. Anyone else? Anyone else would like to ask? Shall I close it now, presentation? We have 5 more minutes for questions.
Yes, sir. I think we are done with the questions.
Yeah. Okay. So now I'm going to the remaining part of it. So now come to the, how the data reuse. What are the examples? What I did. Now you will say, don't give lectures, sir. It's not no rhetoric. It's just a practical. What are the pragmatic approach? So data reuse has a lot of application. As an information professional, because I'm getting a lot of questions from them, what are actually how you can reuse your data if you are an information professional or if you are an educational administrator. I'm giving you an example. These are the 2 projects which we've done. I have done it. One is called policindia.in and another is kgateway.net. This kgateway.net is actually 11 years old project, precisely 11 years old project. I did it in 2010. And what we did in the 2010 is we actually culled a lot of YouTube videos, not just from the YouTube itself, but from other websites, different websites which have host actually videos. And we mash those videos with our curriculum. Okay. And then we index all those videos and educational contents. It not just cover the videos, but also cover the podcast, also cover the course contents, open access journal articles, open access journals, all these question papers, syllabus, all these data which were available in the public domain. Some of them we also digitize, of course, but the data which were available in the public domain, we reuse the data and we provide it through this platform called Knowledge Gateway. So eventually our students, they don't need to go here and there on to a different portals, different channels. They, through this Knowledge Gateway, they can get all kind of contents related to their curriculum. So these were precisely specifically made for the undergraduate students. So Knowledge Gateway was one initiative I have taken where we have reused the data. This is a different dimension of data reuse. Okay, another dimension is lot of legal case laws, our data is also available on the public domain. So we reuse the data through this platform, this called policindia.in. And these are virtual platforms, you can access it online. Okay, this is one example. So we can do wonder with the concept of reuse. Okay, and this is another example. We created an app also. So this was another project I had undertaken. So now you come to the point that as a researcher, where you can deposit your data. What are the different popular repositories? So all the repository, data repository, you can categorize into two parts. One is the general data repository. Means there's no specific domain. So general, anybody can deposit it, whether it's a from home science or the fashion technology or from library science or computer science, all kind of a data you can find in the popular data repository. Okay, because they are not subject specific. However, on the other side, subject specific repositories, you will find the data which are related to a certain specific subject, like in oceanography data repository. So you oceanographic research data you will find there. Okay, gene sequencing data you will find in a gene sequencing website. But these popular data repositories are very popular. Means your data will be accessible by a large number of people because they are general in nature. And now, because of the interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary nature of the research, there are more actually chances that your data will be reused or your data will be cited by other people who are working different domains. So as a researcher, I would prefer to deposit my data, especially if I'm in social science and humanities. I would prefer to submit my data in a general data repositories. Okay, so Figshare is one data repository which was launched in 2011, and it is supported by Digital Science. And in 2013, the data repository was relaunched as a hosted institutional repository service. And later in the same year, integration with the impact story was also done, and it also has a supporting the collection of Altermetrics. Okay, another one is a Dataverse, which was a product of Harvard's Institution for Quantitative Social Science and developed by the Dataverse along with the other collaborators. And in this data repositories, collection contained data set which has a metadata and other files. So this is second data general. Now we also have a Dryad data repository. It is advent from the workshop entitled Digital Data Preservation, Sharing and Discovery, Challenges for Small Science Community in the Digital Area in 2007. And later on, it also became a very popular site, which is a data repository, which is non-profit organization providing access to its content freely to students and researchers. Okay, so this is, and then we have a GENIDO also, which is an open access data repository developed by European Organization of Nuclear Research, CERN. It's developed by the CERN. So these are the general data repository where you can think to submit your data if you are really willing to make your data available to the public. Okay. So these are some of the references which you can note down if you want to get better understanding about this topic. The Cox book, I already mentioned that this is the book which I referred. And this is, so if you have further questions, I will be happy to take them. We can put in the gallery. Yeah. Anyone has any question? Mohan Kumar, I can see, I think I know some of the people. Umesh, Harde, yeah. Anyone has any question?
I think one question, some participant had dropped in the chat box, sir. Please go through.
Yeah. What is your view on UGC care list of journals and the influence of Scopus and Web of Science in preparing the list of the journals? I think it's out of the context, Dr. Vijayananda Pradhan. It's slightly out of the context of this topic, which we have covered. So I can share my views in in private conversation with you. But of course, I would like to just highlight one thing, that UGC care list now, which we have at present, it's very extensive. So you don't need to worry about whether it's a Web of Science or whether it's giving preference to Indian journals. it has included almost everything. Okay, it has almost all Indian journals there. Almost, I'm telling you. I know about my subject. It also has almost all journal of web of science index or all journal of scopes. Means all the online journals which are published by the old publisher as well as the Indian journals which are published by the society or the associations, subject professional association. Now all are almost literally all are now available in the care list. So you don't need to worry about it. I hope I addressed your questions. That's what you wanted to ask through this. Yeah, I understood your intention. Anyone else? Would you like to ask more on this, Dr. Vijayananda Pradhan? I can give you, actually there's a list A, B, C and D. So they have given different list in the UGC care. So in one list, they have literally made all Scopus and UGC Web of Science journals available, and the other list you will find the remaining. Okay. In fact, some of them, anyway, I should not comment on that. Yeah. Anyone else who would like to ask?
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, please.
Sir, I just wanted to know that are there any softwares or any data management tool that any institutions can use for their data management system, research data management system, sir? And which one is the cost effective, sir?
So I mentioned there are two ways of managing the data. One way is the software. You install, make a hardware and software. You make a ICT infrastructure. So there are a couple of, in the one of the slide I mentioned 4 software. So CCAN, DCAN, all these that's a open source software. Okay, so those open source software you can use if you want to make your own data management information system. So see,
do they need any special training to learn those
yeah,
software?
of course, it's a complicated process. They require a special training for that. But the another way is there are these repositories. So these repositories can also be used taking the institutional subscriptions. Okay, which are you don't need to make much effort in generating or making the infrastructure. You can use these repositories. You can take the institutional membership, and you can start managing them. So that can also be done.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It was a helpful session, sir, for me.
You're welcome. It's a slightly complicated topic.
Yeah.
I know this. That many of you are hearing it first time. Okay.
Yes, that's
so,
why I have so many doubts. I'm
yeah.
sorry if I bothered you.
No. You're welcome. You can ask more. No problem. We have 2 more minutes.
Thank you, sir.
I try to give it in a very lucid way, very simple way, so that you can have a better understanding. And that's the purpose of the education. If I can't explain in a simple way, it means I don't understand it properly. So that's it. Well, anyway, so I would like to conclude my talk with one quotation of Swami Vivekananda. So as a researcher, I'm sure many of you are going through your research work. So what influenced me the most when I was doing my research? So one of the quotes of Swami Vivekananda, what Swami Vivekananda says, take up an idea, think of it, dream of it, let your brain, muscle, and every part of your body work according to that idea. So that's how Swami Vivekananda says that how you can achieve the success. Take up an idea, think of it, dream of it, let your brain, muscle, and every part of your body work according to that idea. So with this, I thank you very much, the organizers. I also thank 3 of you from the Dayalbagh educational institutions for managing this whole session so efficiently. Keeping a watch on the chat panel also. I'm really thankful for your help to keep reminding me that there are questions in the chat box. So thank you very much. And I'm also thankful to all the participants for their patient listening and posing so much questions. I'm sure I'm successful in generating or inculcating interest among all of you regarding this topic. So thank you very much. And you can contact me if you have further questions through my email ID. It's called rajchd@gmail.com. I can also put in the chat box. You can contact me anytime. I'm basically currently working as assistant professor in the Central University of Punjab, but I have some other affiliation also. I'm B for my parent organizations in Delhi. Okay, so bye-bye now and see you later. Yeah, over to you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge on respective topic. The session was very informative. I think all the participants have enjoyed the interactive part of the session. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. The session was very interactive and informative.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Now, you all may proceed for lunch break. And all the delegates are requested to join the session at 2:20 p.m. sharp.
Hello. 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 Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
जी, good afternoon, madam. आप लोग होस्ट हैं?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, okay. जी.
Welcome again. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. P.K. Singh. He is an assistant professor in University of Jammu. He has completed PhD from University of Jammu. He has completed Master of Library and Information Science from Aligarh Muslim University. He has completed MSc from Ambedkar University. He has lifetime membership in professional bodies like Indian Association of Teacher of Library and Information Science and Indian Library Association. He has more than 5 publications in national and international journals and conference proceedings. I request Dr. P.K. Singh to share his valuable knowledge on research impacting using biometric citation tool. Please join us, sir.
Thank you, madam. Can I see the participant? Am I able to see the participant or not?
Yes, sir. You can see participants.
From the
Please.
participant list.
कैमरे पे नहीं आएंगे?
नहीं,
Can you
कैमरे पे
switch
नहीं
off?
आएगा सर. आपको अपने जो भी आप
अच्छा.
यूज कर रहे हैं लैपटॉप.
चलिए ठीक है, it's okay, no issue. Very good afternoon to all of you. This is Dr. Pramod Kumar Singh from University of Jammu. Before start my topic, I would like to share my sympathy and my say what. हमारे बीच आज डॉक्टर ब्रिजपाल जी नहीं हैं, जो हमारे कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं. उनके साथ फादर एक्सपायर कर गए हैं, तो ही इज नॉट हियर टू पार्टिसिपेट एंड टू अटेंड व्हाटएवर इट इज. ही इज एट होम. आज उनके पिताजी एक्सपायर हो गए, स्वर्गवास हो गए. 2 मिनट मैं चाहूंगा कि सब लोग, नॉट 2 मिनट, एटलीस्ट 2-3 सेकंड विल गिव साइलेंस so that we can pay our respect to his father. Please. Thank you everyone to show your respect and regard to the departed soul. But this is what we call is the show must go on. Today itself, around 12 o'clock, I received a call. This has happened, and due to some urgency, I have to take my lecture on this day. Earlier it was scheduled on 28th at 2:30 p.m. But ये आज के लिए reschedule किया गया, prepone किया गया. Anyways, though I was not ready for the lecture, but somehow I managed. So I regret if there is any lacuna or there is any mistake, because it is very in hurry which I prepared today. So can I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. My screen is visible, I think, now.
Yes, sir. ये किसकी चल रही है? ईपी साइनिंग कर रहे हैं. ये किसका चल रहा है? इन्हीं का.
Am I visible now?
Sir, you are operating through your mobile?
No, I'm operating my laptop through laptop.
So, but your mobile, your WhatsApp screen is
अच्छा
visible.
वो actually WhatsApp से link share किया था ना मैं उसको बंद कर देता हूँ. Yes. I think अभी हटा कि नहीं हटा?
No, sir.
Still it is visible. अभी हटा?
Yes, sir. So now your face is visible, not your sharing PPT.
Okay, let me try once again. Multiple parts. यहाँ ऑप्शन क्यों नहीं आ रहा है शेयरिंग का?
तो नीचे उस पे बना होगा ग्रीन सा शेयर स्क्रीन करके पॉपअप हो रहा होगा उस पे आपकी स्क्रीन पे नीचे.
हाँ वहां पे आ रहा है वन पार्टिसिपेंट कैन शेयर एट ए टाइम ऐसे कुछ लिखा रहा है.
सर आप उस पे क्लिक करिए वो शेयर हो जाएगा.
देखिए अब कुछ हुआ इस पे ये हुआ. I think now it's visible.
Yes sir, now it is visible.
असल में हम लोग जूम यूज नहीं करते हैं ज्यादातर गूगल मीट पे हम लोग कर रहे हैं आजकल तो वो कई बार छूट जाता है.
No problem sir, no problem.
Anyways, so dear participant, today we will talk about the research impact using bibliometric citation tools. I have divided my presentation in two parts. The first presentation will be focused on general impact factor or the research impact which we study in relation to the publication in journals of periodicals. And the second part which I have bring today is deal with the H index or I-10 index, altimetrics and all. So let's start.
Yes sir, please proceed.
Okay. Now the first question is the research. What is research? I'm very sure all of you are very much aware about the research, but still let me read this slide. The study.com explained the research that research is a careful and detailed study into a specific problem which concern or issue using the scientific method. Research in its simplest term, research is searching for and gathering information, usually to answer a particular question or a problem. On the other side, the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary explains the research as the systematic investigation into and study of materials and sources in order to establish facts and reach new conclusions. So, the simplest and shortest is just research. Re and search means you have to search once again. Thing is already exist in our surroundings, but we have to search it once again. That is the research. According to Australian Research Council, research impact is the demonstrable contribution that research makes to the economy, society, culture, national security, public policy or services, health, the environment, or quality of life beyond contribution to academy. Research Council United Kingdom defines research impact as the demonstrable contribution that excellent research makes to society and an economy. Academic impact, demonstrate contribution to scientific advances across and within disciplines, its understanding, method, theory, and application. Economic and societal impact, a demonstrate contribution towards society and the economy of benefit to individuals, organizations, and nations. ये हट सकता है क्या?
So you're talking about what?
ये जो बार सब बना हुआ है, this one.
ये नीचे जो आपका your email ID.
जी ये जो यहाँ आ रहा है ना ये बार से जो आ रहा है, disturbing. Anyways, let me manage.
You can make it possible, not we.
Okay. Anyways, now what are the benefits of evaluation of research impact? There is a list over here. Like the first benefit of evaluation of research impact is to quantify and document research impact, justify future requests for fundings. It quantify return on research investment. It discover how research findings are being used, identify similar research projects, identify possible collaborators, determine if research findings are duplicated, confirmed, corrected, or improved, determine if research findings were extended, confirm that research findings were properly attributed, credited, demonstrate that research findings are resulting in meaningful outcomes, discover community benefit as a result of research findings, progress reports, tenure, and for promotion, dossiers, etc. Inefficiency of traditional metrics. There are a number of inefficiency in traditional metrics. These are as like the citation metrics and impact factor are solely based on citations. The data sources are limited. We will discuss later what are these. Data sources are limited like Web of Sciences, Scopus, and Google Scholar. Citation took years to occur, mostly relevant to academic impact, not the societal impact as a whole. There is a sea change in scholarship model, as like the publishing industry changed from handwritten to type, then to print, now to the digital, ebook and open access publishing. The scholarly communication process is too moving away from the platforms of conferences and print journals, publications into the open access. Web and network-based venues like blogs, institutional repositories, social forums, and social media, which is altogether termed as digital scholarship. Traditional metrics doesn't support and consider these new and emerging venues of digital scholarship for evaluation. Now the question is, what is research metrics? Research metrics are the fundamental tools used across the publishing industry to measure performance both at journal and author level. For a long time, the only tool for assessing journal performance was the impact factor. More on that in a moment. Now, there are a range of different research metrics available. This basket of metrics is growing every day, from the traditional impact factor to health metrics, H index, and beyond. But what do they all mean? How is each metric calculated? Which research metrics are the most relevant to your journal, and how can you use these tools to monitor your journal's performance? Why research metrics? Research metrics aim to quantify and monitor the importance of published research. The need to measure research performance is largely driven by the necessity to make funding decisions, but citation metrics are also used in some university ranking methodologies and may be used when benchmarking institutions. These are limitations to research metrics, and consequently, there is a wide range of discussion and activity in the area of responsible metrics to ensure that measures are used responsibly and that stakeholders experience a level playing field. कुछ दिक्कत कर रहा है मुझे बार बार. Metrics for your communication strategy. It is important that your research outputs reach your intended audience. This may include your academic peers, practitioners, researchers in different disciplines, service users, policymakers, or members of the public. Research metrics for your portfolio. Decision makers who are interested in research performance may consider using citation metrics, also known as bibliometrics, to gain insight into the performance of articles, authors, publications, and institutions. Types of metrics. There are a number of metrics which are being found in here and there. The number one is journal metrics, such as journal impact factor, which helps to track citation patterns within journals and determine which journals are highly cited. Author metrics, which helps to measure the impact and productivity of a researcher by means of author publication citations. The third one is article metrics, which have or citation tracking, which can be used to determine if an article, book, journal, or particular author has been cited by another work.
The slide is not move.
Not visible.
Not move, sir.
मेरे end पे तो सही चल रहा है.
Benefits
issue है?
of evolution of research in impact.
अभी ठीक है? It's okay now?
No, sir,
No,
your
sir.
slides are not moving. Screen is fixed on one slide.
What to do? क्या करें? मैं दोबारा login करके try करूँ क्या? Exit
Sir,
करके?
you can share your PPT with us. We can play here only.
Okay, I'm
If you are
sending.
comfortable.
Okay, I'm sending my PPT. Just give me the email ID.
So we are putting it in the chat box. Please
Okay,
go
okay,
through it
Okay.
and please send it.
ठीक.
देख लिया. Sir, are you able to find the email ID?
Yes, ma'am. मैं बस आपको send कर दिया हूँ.
Okay.
आपको send कर दिया. आप please से ensure करिए. देखिए refresh करें, आपको मिल गई होगी. मिल गई मैम?
No, sir.
रिफ्रेश करें आप. मैं मेल कर चुका हूँ आपको.
So please send it again.
मेरे यहाँ तो दिखा रहा है डिलीवर.
डिलीवर दिखा रहा है.
रिफ्रेश करिए. आएगा. जस्ट रिफ्रेश. 2-3 बार रिफ्रेश करिए, मिलेगा.
Yes, sir. I got.
नंबर 1 और 2 है. पहले 1 को आप प्ले कर दीजिए. खुल रहा है? PPT खुल रही है?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's downloading. So first one has to be played first.
Yes, ma'am. First one, followed by second. Let go.
So it is visible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. Jump. Next again. Yeah, this one. Back. Yeah, this one. Sorry for the participant for the interruption. Sometime due to the technical error, it has been happened. My back slides. Madam, yeah, this one. So the another matrix is article matrix or citation tracking, which can be used to determine if an article, book, journal, or particular author has been cited by another work. The recent matrix which we are using nowadays is Altimatrix or alternate matrix, which help researchers measure their impact from papers, data sets, websites, blog posts, and more. And the last one is institutional metrics measures an institution's overall impact based on the publication of its authors and the number of times they have been cited. And all metrics comes under one head, that is bibliometrics. Next, please. Next slide, please. Different kind of metrics used to measure research. The number first, which popularly known as general impact factor, जिसे हम सब लोग जानते हैं, GIF. General impact factor. Wilson in 2003 has developed a timeline model of the development of bibliometric research as stage 1 classical bibliometric, which analysis of publications patterns and documents characteristics. Stage 2, which analysis the site, which analysis, citation analysis or impact analysis, and stage 3, full text analysis or content analysis. Citation-based general impact factor is probably the most well-known metric for assessing journal performance. It was designed to help librarians with collection management in the 1960s. The Web of Science Journal Citation Report publishes the official results annually based on the given calculations. Next, please. Now the question is how to calculate general impact factor. The general impact factor, popularly known as GIF, can be calculated as number of citations divided by number of articles, where N is equal to number of citations received in a current year by papers published in the journal in the previous 2 years. Like N1 is equal to number of papers published in the journal in the previous 2 years. Variable for study is citations. Impact factor has become over time a crucial indicator of journal quality, and it gives and given ISI a monopoly position in the evaluation of journal quality. The reported in Journal Citation Report JCR 1976 onwards, whereas the JCR is a product of Institute of Scientific Information, Web of Knowledge or Web of Science, which is popularly comes from Clarivate Analytics. Next, please. For example, this is an example how to calculate the general impact factor, like for the journal of hypothetical examples. This is the 100 citing references appearing in 2019 to article published in Journal X in 2017 and 2018. These are the 200 total number of articles in Journal X published in 2017 and 18. So if you divided it into the general impact factor would be 0.50 of Journal X for the year 2019. So always keep in mind that जनरल इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर इज कैलकुलेटेड ऑन ईयरली बेसिस. वो कभी भी फिक्स नहीं होता है. जो जनरल इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर आज है इट मे चेंज टुमारो. जो कल था वो आज नहीं है, जो आज है वो कल नहीं होगा. तो नेवर कंफ्यूज विद जनरल इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर कि कोई एक जनरल के ऊपर छाप दिया कि ये हमारा जनरल इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर है और वो जिंदगी भर चलता रहेगा. इट ऑलवेज चेंज, इट नेवर बी कांस्टेंट. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. But there are some defects in impact factor. Impact factor is based on citations, and citation trends in different disciplines varies with amount of research. For example, molecular biology versus rheumatology, kind of journals like reviews and specialized, even languages, English versus local languages, country of origin, developed and underdeveloped countries. Next slide, please. There are tools which are available through which we can calculate or we can find out the impact factor of a journal, like the publication and citation data. You can find out through Web of Science, Scopus, Google Scholar, local or national databases. On the other hand, there are a number of bibliometric indicators through which you can calculate the impact factor, like journal citation reports, other indicators databases like national, essential, university or institutionals, and ISI highly cited.com. So these are the tools through which you can find or calculate the general impact factor of a particular journals. Next, please. Impact factor of non-scientific, non-SCI journals, Science Citation Index journals, means the journals which index in Science Citation Index, and which the journals which are not indexed in Science Citation Index. So impact factor of non-SCI journals. Why? The JCR doesn't provide the impact factor for all journals, because it only provides the impact factor of 8 to 10% journals. Definitely the journals which indexed in Web of Science, it provides only impact factor for that journal only. But what about those journals which are not indexed in Web of Science? So some journals have impact factor 0.001 or even less, and for NSCI journals the impact factor may be less, but it is not true. So the need is for evaluating the research output published in non-science citation index journals. Now what is the method? The method is based on simple logic that if a journal X is covered by Science Citation Index, its impact factor depends upon 3 factors. Number 1, number of citable items during year 2 and year 1, number of times those items are cited in year Y, and number of times those items are cited in the year the same journal. Next, please. Impact factor of non-science citation index journals. The impact factor formula is, ये थोड़ा सा side हो गया left में. This is x1 plus x2 divided by y1 plus y2, whereas impact factor is equal to impact factor of a non-SCI journals for a year Y, whereas x1 is equal to number of times citable items y1 plus y2 cited in Web of Science in year Y, in a particular year, say Y. Now the x2 is equal to is number of times citable items y plus y2 cited in journal itself in year Y, whereas the y1 is equal to is number of source items published in journal in year Y1, and y2 is equal to is number of source items published in journal Y in the year Y2. Next, please. Calculation of impact factor of non-SCI journals. For example, to calculate the impact factor of Indian Journal of Malariology and non-SCI index journal for the year 2013 is equal to is IGM published item in 2011, say 18 papers. IGM published items in 2012, say 22 papers. Whereas the citations to all 40 citable items in Web of Science in 2013 is 8 citations, whereas the citations to all 40 citable items in IGM in 2013 is 4 citations. So the formula would be the impact factor of Indian Journal of Malariology for the year 2013 is equal to x1 plus y2 is equal to, आप देख लीजिए 8 plus 4 upon 18 plus 22 is equal to 12 divided by 40, and the impact factor is 0.3. So this is how you can calculate the impact factor of a particular journal, which is being not indexed by the Web of Science. Next, please. Now, there is a normalized impact factor, which is popularly known as NIF. The impact factor in each subject category of JCR varies from 0.4 to, in aeronautics, say, to 20, in biochemistry and molecular biology. The labs belongs to biochemistry, molecular biology, drugs, etc. have the higher total impact factor and average impact factor. Then the labs belong to building research, road research, and fuel research, etc. Hence, compare the performances of the research labs based on total impact factor and average impact factor not justified. So it is necessary to bring the impact factor in all categories to the same level by linear adjustment of impact factor at the scale of 10. Why 10? Because in most cases, the impact factor lies between 0 and 10. Next slide, please. This is the example, justification for normalized impact factor. It seems from the table that normalized impact factor is more realistic as compared to impact factor. Table represents that the impact factor is less than 10 times in respect to normalized impact factor. Next slide, please. Now, how to calculate? A formula was proposed by B.K. Sen in 1992, which was published in Journal of Documentation, volume 48, issue number 3, at page number 318 to 25, to normalize the impact factor of a journal. Normalized impact factor is equal to impact factor multiplied by M. Whereas normalized impact factor for a journal, but for a particular year, is equal to normalized impact factor of a journal J for the year Y. Impact factor is equal to impact factor of a journal J for the same year Y, and M is the subject multiplier. Next slide, please. For calculating the normalized impact factor of a journal, the impact factor of a journal can be obtained from JCR of that particular year, and the value of subject multiplier, that is M, can be determined by using the formula. Say M is equal to 10 upon HIF, whereas M is equal to subject multiplier. HIF is equal to highest impact factor of the research journal in the specific subject categories in the year Y. Next, please. For example, in JCR in 1988, subject category of biochemistry and molecular biology, the highest impact factor is 23.913 in credit of journal Cell. Hence, subject multiplier will be M is equal to 10 upon HIF for particular Y is equal to 10 upon 23.913 is equal to 0.418. The impact factor of journal of a molecular biology in the same subject category is 6.555, and it normalized impact factor for the year 1988 would be 2.740. What are the properties of normalized impact factor? The normalized impact factor of a journals will be greater than its impact factor if the HIF of a subject category is less than 10. The NIF of a journals will be lesser than its impact factor if the highest impact factor of a subject category is greater than 10. Normalized impact factor of a journal also gives the indication about its ranking in the world in terms of impact factor. If normalized impact factor of a journal is 10 or close to 10, the journal is of top rank or close to it, and if normalized impact factor is 5 or above, it belongs to high ranked journals. If normalized impact factor of a journal is falling in the range of say 1 to 5, the journal is of medium ranked journals, and those below 1 in normalized impact factor below to low ranked journals. Simply, impact factor of a journal doesn't ascertain its ranking among the other journals. One has to consult the JCR for this. From the NIF value, we can easily make out the standing of a journal without consulting any other parameters. This is the example of impact factor कम दिखा रहा है, लेकिन normalized impact factor वो ज़्यादा दिखा रहा है. So now this is up to you whether you have to focus on impact factor or you have to believe on normalized impact factor. But you can justify with normalized impact factor how the impact factor is not justifiable in all the parameters or in all the cases. Next slide, please. The impact factor of a journal for a year has a specific value, while normalized impact factor of a journal may have more than one value depending on number of subjects it covers. For example, the impact factor of Journal of Agriculture and Food Chemistry is 1.165 for the year 1988, and this journal have two normalized impact factors, one in respect to agriculture, that is 10, belong to topmost journals, while others in respect to food science and chemistry, that is 7.851, belong to high ranked journals. Next, please. From the table, for the justification of NIF, disparity can be observed in average impact factor of the labs. The ratio of the lowest and highest average impact factor is 1:18. This the disparity drops down sharply to about 1:5 when we compare their average impact, normalized impact. Euro factor, the European Journal Quality Factor. This is an attempt to establish a competing system for ranking of journal quality. The suggested formula is EF is equal to A upon 10 multiply under root A plus B, whereas A is equal to number of citations and B is equal to number of articles. Next, please. Citations in 2003 to articles published in previous 2 years, like in 2001, there are 1,245 citations. In 2002, there are 874 citations, total 2,119 citations. Article published previous 2 years, 2001, 45 articles. In 2002, 410 articles, whereas total is 755 articles. So the impact factor is equal to citations upon articles, that is 2119 divided by 755 is equal to 2.81 impact factor. But the Euro impact factor is A upon 10 x under root A plus B, whereas A is equal to 2874 divided by 536, that is 3.95. So this is how you can see the difference between the impact factor and Euro factor. Next, please. Now the question is, what is good impact factor? In most fields, the impact factor of 10 or greater is considered an excellent score, while 3 is flagged as good and the average score is less than 1. This is a rule of thumb. However, the wild card to pay attention to is that impact factor and comparing journals are most effective in the same discipline. An impact factor of 1.0 means that on average, the article published 1 or 2 years ago have been cited one time. An impact factor of 2.5 means that on an average, the article published 1 or 2 years ago have been cited 2.5 times. Next, please. This is a slide which I have brought out from shimago.com. आप भी इसको चेक कर सकते हैं कि किस तरह से आप ये हर जर्नल का SGR इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर शो करता है यहाँ पे. तो आप किसी जर्नल का अगर आपको देखना है, रैंकिंग देखनी है किसी जर्नल का, तो you can log into shimago.com website. Next, please. Next slide, please. Now the question is, why different metrics? The previous one, yeah. It's impossible for one metric to serve all the necessary purpose. A mix of quantitative and qualitative evaluation is needed. When evaluating the performance of a journal, a variety of measures must be considered, of which citation analysis is only a part. An ideal basket of metrics contains measures that reflect the many ways a journal can demonstrate excellence, and finally, individual assessment of the value of a journal's contribution will require a mix of quantitative and qualitative evaluation. Am I audible to all of you? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Actually, one message pop up. My internet is gone. That's why I asked. All journals included in Scopus receive journal metrics values, and the extensive global coverage of Scopus allows many journals that do not have an impact factor to view the understand their role in the scholarly publication landscape. The data which Scopus offer today provide 2014 citation performance metrics for around 22,639 serials in all subjects in science, social science, and the arts and humanities. The free file contains over 34,000 current and historic serials titles and an additional 18,232 one-time or multi-year proceedings. Since 2010, Scopus have offered two primary journals metrics: source normalized impact factor per paper (SNIP) and Shimago journal rank, which is popularly known as SJR. Since last year, say in 2020, Scopus also include the IPP, impact per publication, in their offering of journal level citation metrics. Impact per publication is a measure of the ratio of citations per paper published in the journal and is not normalized for the citation potential in its subject field. Impact per publication is also the numerator in the calculation of source normalized impact per paper, that is SNIP. Impact factor as per JCR, Thomson and Reuters impact factor. General citation reports Insight or JCR is a Thomson-Reuters product and can be accessed from the Web of Science databases. JCR Insights is an authoritative resource for finding general impact factor data. This database provides impact factors and ranking of many journals across many subject categories in the science and social sciences. It offers other journal metrics options including Eigen factor score, article influence score, total sites, total articles, and immediacy index, etc. JCR also provide a 5-year impact factor for journals in subject where citation activity takes more time to increase. In addition, JCR Insights provides visualization trend data. Next, please. Next slide, please. Impact factor as per JCR, journal metrics allows comparison of journal titles within a specific subject category. Scopus journal metrics include site score, Shimago journal rank, source normalized impact per paper, and impact per paper provided by Elsevier. So let us take one by one. Next, please. Impact factor as per site score. Site score is a simple way of measuring the citation impact of sources such as journals. It was launched in December 2016. Calculating the site score is based on the number of citations to documents like articles, review, conference paper, book chapters, and data papers by a journal over 4 years divided by the number of the same document types indexed in Scopus and published in those same 4 years. For example, the 2019 site score counts the citation received in 2016 to 19 to articles, reviews, conference papers, book chapters, and data papers published in 2016 to 2019 and divides this by the number of these documents published in 2016 to 2019. Next, please. Now, the question is why 4-year window? Peer-reviewed bibliometric literature, such as the Journal of Information Science, shows that a 3-year window is long enough to capture the citation peak for the majority of disciplines. However, a 4-year window was chosen to allow for a more recent year to be included in the equation. making the calculation more robust and stable. That is why site score uses a 4-year window to calculate the impact factor of a targeted journal. What is included in site score calculation? The site score numerator and denominator both include the same 5 document types. For consistency, this approach gives a more complete picture of citation impact and makes manipulation of the calculation more difficult. Scopus exclude articles in press from the site score calculation to offer consistency and avoid bias between source titles and publishers. Next, please. Site score is calculated once a year. Site score metrics are reported once per year and do not change. So they are suitable for reporting the citation impact of a serial title. Scopus.com is a dynamic database and changes daily. You should not compare between subject field using site score, but you can compare between subject fields in any of the following 3 ways, like using the site score percentile, ranking within a subject field, use SNIP, which is a field normalized matrix, and use SJR, which is a field normalized matrix. Site score tracker is calculated in the same way as site score, but for the current year rather than previous complete years on monthly basis. Next, please. Look at this image or picture. Site score is the number of citations received by a journal in 1 year to document published in the 3 previous years, divided by the number of documents indexed in Scopus published in those same 3 years. For example, site score for 2019 counts the citations received in 2019 to documents published in 2016, 17, 18, and divided this by the number of documents published in 2016, 17, and 18. Next, please. Now, how should I refer to site score metrics? When quoting a site score metric value, provide the name of metric, value of metric, year to which metric refers, and currency of data from which metric was calculated, data source, and the serial title that the metric refers to. Also include a URL or link to the source of the metrics in the format like www.scopus.com source ID and the rest of the address of that particular document. Furthermore, it is good practice to quote the subject category from which a metric is calculated for site score, percentile, rank, and quartile. Next, please. Example on how to refer textually to a site score metric value quoted for a particular serial title are site score 2019 for journal A calculated by Scopus on 31st May 2020, available from like this, and site score tracker 2019 calculated by Scopus on 15 November 2019, available at this ID. So this is how you have to give an example. Next, please. Site score continue to work on becoming more comprehensive. Site score 2016 is available for 22,600 plus active titles on Scopus, including all type of active serials, titles on Scopus, peer-reviewed journals, book series, conference proceedings, and trade journals in 330 disciplines. Site score tracker allows you to track how the current year's site score is building each month, giving a good indication of what the following year's value will be. Transparent site score now gives complete transparency into the underlying data by allowing users to click into the numerator and denominator. Simple to replicate, the calculation of site score metrics are straightforward with no secret algorithms or hidden details to influence results. Site score metric, including access to the underlying data, continue to be free to access without a Scopus subscription via the General Metrics website, the Scopus source browse page, and individual source profile page on Scopus. Impact factor as per SNIP. SNIP was created by Professor Hank F. Mood at Center for Science and Technology Studies, University of Leiden in 2009. Source normalized impact factor, impact per paper, measures contextual citation impact by weighting citations based on the total number of citations in the subject field. The impact of a single citation is given higher value in subject areas where citations are less likely and vice versa. Unlike the well-known general impact factor, SNIP corrects for differences in citation practices between scientific field, thereby allowing for more accurate between field comparisons of citation impact. CWTS, Center for Science and Technology Studies, general indicators also provide stability intervals that indicate the reliability of the SNIP value of a journal. Next, please. Revision of SNIP includes P, the number of publications for a source in the past 3 years, like RIP, the raw impact per publication, calculated as the number of citations given in the present year to publication in the past 3 years, divided by the total number of publications in the past 3 years. RIP is fairly similar to the well-known general impact factor. Like the general impact factor, RIP does not correct the differences in citation practices between scientific fields. SNIP, the source normalized impact per publication, calculated as the number of citations given in the present year to publication in the past 3 years, divided by the total number of publications in the past 3 years. The difference with RIP is that in the case of SNIP, citations are normalized in order to correct for differences in citation practices between scientific fields. Essentially, the longer the reference list of a citing publication, the lower the value of a citation originating from the publication. A detailed explanation is offered in our scientific paper. Self-citations, the percentage of self-citation of a source calculated as the percentage of all citations given in the present year to publication in the last 3 years that originate from the source itself. Next slide, please. SNIP is defined as the ratio of the raw impact per publication divided by the relative database citation potential. Impact factor or impact factor measures the number of times an average paper in a particular journal has been referred to. Next, please. SNIP is calculated as the number of citations given in the present year to publications in the past 3 years divided by the total number of publications in the past 3 years. A journal with a SNIP of 1.0 has the median number of citations for journals in that field. SNIP calculation is equal to like journals citations count per paper divided by citation potential in its subject area. So this is how you can calculate the SNIP. Next, please. This is the difference between SNIP and I impact factor. SNIP is based on Scopus, whereas the impact factor is based on Web of Science. SNIP is correction for field differences, whereas there is no correction for field differences. It is 4 years of cited publications. This is 2 years of cited publications. Means SNIP is based on 4 years citations, whereas the impact factor is based on 2 years of citations. SNIP citations from selected source and selected document types only, whereas impact factor citations from all sources and document types. SNIP citations to select document types only, whereas citations to all document types. Next, please. SNIP indicator. A key indicator offered by CWTS general indicator is the SNIP indicator, where SNIP stands for source normalized impact per paper. This indicator measures the average citation impact of the publications of a journal. Unlike the well-known general impact factor, SNIP corrects for differences in citation practices between scientific field, thereby allowing for more accurate between field comparison of citation impact. CWTS journal indicators also provides stability intervals that indicate the reliability of the SNIP value of journal. For more information, you can log into journalindicators.com. This is the screenshot which I have shared with you. So you can access this website and get it. You can get the SNIP indicator. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide, please. There is a great controversy in the impact factor system. Thomson-Reuters impact factor has worldwide acceptance, while Chicago impact factor is also considered by some universities. If both have equal importance in research community, why they are not considered equally for all universities? The first thing is not to confuse the two metrics as impact factors. Thomson Reuters have the impact factor measured by citations with its JCR database, whereas Chicago is an alternative measure based on a different citation universe provided by Scopus. Chicago uses a weighted citation score, meaning that citations from a prestigious journal are scored more highly than those from a title that has a smaller citations network. The impact factor, on the other hand, uses absolute counts. Universities may put different stock in each of these metrics, but the two are largely incomparable. They measure two distinctly different things. So we ran the danger of entering into a marketing game where institutions pick up the metrics in which their research scores most highly. Impact factor versus journal rank as per SJR. The Chicago Journal and Country Rank is publicly available portal that includes the journals and country scientific indicators developed from the information contained in the Scopus database since 1996. These indicators can be used to assess and analyze scientific domains. Journals can be compared or analyzed separately. It does not include journal impact factors, but does have a number of other indicators, including Chicago Journal Rank and H Index, sites per document, etc. Journals may be ranked by major subject areas, more specific subject categories, SJR, H Index, etc. This website lets you find journal ranking and country rankings related to published research output. Country ranking may also be compared or analyzed separately. Journals can be grouped by subject area, 27 major thematic areas, subject categories, which include 313 specific subject categories, or by country. Citation data is drawn from 34,100 titles from more than 5,000 international publishers and country performance metrics from 239 countries worldwide. The SJCR allows you also to embed significant journal metrics into your web as a clickable image widget. This platform takes its name from the Chicago Journal Rank, developed by Chicago from the widely known as algorithm, Google PageRank. Chicago is a research group from the Consejo Superior de Investigaciones Científicas, University of Granada, Extremadura, Carlos, Madrid in German, and Alcacia de Henrage, dedicated to information analysis, representation, and relative and retrieval by means of visualization techniques. Next, please. Besides SJR portal, Chicago has developed the Shape of Science, the SJR institutional ranking, and the Atlas of Science. The Shape of Science is an information visualization project whose aim is to reveal the structure of science. Its interface has been designed to access the bibliometric indicators database of the Chicago Journal and Country Rank portal. The SGR is a classification of academic and research-related institutions ranked by a composite indicator that combines three different sets of indicators based on research performance, innovation output, and societal impact measured by their web visibility. The Atlas of Science project proposes the creation of an information system whose major aim is to achieve a graphic representation of Ibero-American science research. Such representation is conceived as a collection of interactive maps allowing navigation functions throughout the semantic spaces formed by the maps. If you use the information contained in this website in a scientific paper or report, please include cite as follows, like Chicago, if date is not available, make it n.d means no date. Then SGR, then Chicago Journal and Country Rank portal, retrieve date you retrieve from HTTP पूरा उसका URL address यहाँ पे आ जाएगा. Next please. SGR can be calculated by this following formula: average number of weighted citations received in a year divided by number of documents published in previous 3 years. Next please. The Shimago journal rank is based on the transfer of prestige from a journal to another one. Such prestige is transferred through the references that a journal do to the rest of the journal and to itself. The calculation of the final prestige of a journal is an iterative process in which the prestige in the stage I of a journal depends upon the prestige of the set of journal in stage 1I. Actually, the SGR calculation involves the 3 stages, but you need to bother of them. SGR, that is Shimago Journal Rank indicator, expresses the average number of weighted citations received in the selected year by the document published in selected journal in the 3 previous years. For example, weighted citations received in year X to document published in the journal in year X1, X2, and X3. Shimago offer different metrics as suggested difficulty dutifully by Joanne, but I don't think one should compare the actual Shimago calculation. I'm talking about the Shimago calculation, not the H index or site per documents with the impact factor, and here are some of my reasons. Shimago used a 3-year citations count window, whereas the impact factor uses a 2-year window. Shimago counts self citations up to 33%, whereas the impact factor counts all. Database variances abound. These are not comparable calculations, even if journals are similarly ranked using either scoring system. What Shimago and eigenfactor aim to do is allow the comparison of journals across disciplines through weighted citation counting. Unlike the impact factor, which is subject area dependent, one should never compare an impact factor score with a Shimago score. So going back to the original question, yes, they are considered to be alternative metrics to each other. Next please. Shimago was introduced by, इसको हम skip कर देते हैं. Next please, next slide please. Next slide please. Yeah, as per my opinion, JCR impact factor is more reliable in comparison to Shimago. As about the Shimago, everybody either do not know about Shimago or they believe it only JCR, which is given by Thomson Reuters. Many journals show their impact factor, even they run only first or second volumes. They are creating confusion, and most of them are paid journals. So beware of such journals. Do not get confused such impact factor which they are claiming. Google Scholar has the widest scope, but the venues for which it provides an H5 index are limited. H index for last 5 years in their database. Shimago also provides H index information. H index for full period in their database, but often based on a single year event rather than a full conference series. H index is designed to measure the impact of authors, not journals and conferences, and represent the maximum number H of publications with at least H citations, and is thus limited by the number of publications. Thus, biases against smaller, more specialized venues vary directly. Next, please. This is impact factor versus Shimago journal ranking. You can have a look. What are the differences between the impact factor and Shimago journal ranking? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. उसी का पार्ट है, ये भी उसी का पार्ट है. Continuation. Yeah. This is the screenshot of shimagojournal.com. आप इस पे लॉगिन करके और किसी भी चैनल के जो भी आपके फील्ड के जर्नल है उसका वहाँ पे नाम डालिए, सब्जेक्ट चूज करिए, कंट्री चूज करिए और आपको उसका डिटेल स्क्रीनशॉट पे आ जाएगा. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल ये हमने दिख रहा होगा यहाँ पे डेस्कटॉप जर्नल ऑफ लाइब्रेरी एंड इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, एनल्स ऑफ लाइब्रेरी एंड इंफॉर्मेशन स्टडीज, ये लाइब्रेरी साइंस के जर्नल हैं जिनका मैंने निकाला था. तो इस तरह से आप भी किसी चैनल का शिमागो जर्नल इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर निकाल सकते हैं या रैंकिंग निकाल सकते हैं, सो कॉल्ड रैंकिंग. सीमा को रखें. Next please. Now impact per publications. This is another tool to measure journal impact factor. It was created and developed by Professor Hank F. Mode at CWTS, University of Leiden, popularly known as CW2S indicators, IPP. It was previously known as RIP, raw impact per publication, but now it is popularly known as IPP, impact per publications. The impact per publication calculated as the number of citations given in the present year to publications in the past 3 years divided by the total number of publications in the past 3 years. IPP is fairly similar to the well-known general impact factor. Like the general impact factor, IPP does not correct for differences in citation practices between scientific fields. Or, in other words, IPP measures the ratio of citations in a year to scholarly papers published in the 3 previous years divided by the number of scholarly papers published in those same years. This is the screenshot of CWS general indicators. You can check it out. Dayalbagh Journal of Library Science का दिया हुआ है इन्होंने यहाँ पे SNIP दिया हुआ है और इसका वो भी दिया हुआ है. Next please, IP. So now let's go to the other metrics. Ma'am, second PPT please. Next slide please. We have studied journal related metrics. जब तक अब तक जितना भी हमने डिस्कस किया, it was related only to the journals. But there was something missing from the scholar's point of view. Therefore, the need arise for researchers' individual evaluation on the basis of his or her publication. This is how the new metrics came into practice to evaluate the quality of individual research. Because from a high-ranking journals, number of articles were left out without notice or citations. But all contributors from such journals got the high reputation from their organization or literary world. It may be a debatable question. Next, please. The first one is H-index. The H-index is a numerical indicator of how productive and influential a researcher is. It was proposed by George E. Hilst in 2005, a physicist at the University of California, and published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States of America. Originally, Professor Hilst wanted to create a numerical indication of the contribution a researcher has made to the field. The H-index or Hilst index measures the impact of a particular scientist rather than a journal. Thus, H-index is a metric for evaluating the cumulative impact of an author's scholarly output and performance. Measures quantity with quality by comparing publications to citations. The H-index corrects for the disproportionate weight of highly. Yeah, definitely, I will share. I already given to the PPT to the organizer. They can share it with you. I have no issue. The H-index corrects for the disproportionate weight of highly cited publications or publications that have not yet been cited. Next, please. At the time, an established measure was raw citation counts. If you wanted to work out how influential a researcher was, you would simply add up the number of times other research papers had cited papers written by that researcher. Although this was relatively straightforward, researchers quickly discovered a significant problem with this score. You could get a huge citation count through being the scientific equivalent of a one-hit wonder. If you published one paper that was widely cited and then never published a paper again after that, you would technically be successful. In such situation, outliers would have an undue and even distorting effect on our overall evaluation of a researcher's contributions. So to rectify this problem, Hilst suggested another approach for calculating the value of researchers which he rather immodestly called the H index. H for his, of course. This is how he explains it. A scientist has index H if H of his or her MP papers have at least H citations each, and the other papers have no more than H citations each. Next, please. So to put it in a slightly more simple way, you give an H index to someone on the basis of the number of papers that have been cited at least H times. For instance, according to Google Scholar, I have an H index of 28. This is because I have 28 papers that are cited at least 28 times by other research papers. What this means is that a scientist is rewarded for having a range of papers with good level of citations rather than one or two outliers with very high citations. It also means that if I want to increase my H index, it is best to focus on encouraging people to read and cite my papers with more modest citation levels, rather than having them focus on one or two well-known papers which are already widely cited. Next, please. The influence of H index. While the H index might have been created for the purpose of evaluating researchers in the area of theoretical physics, its influence has spread much further. The index is routinely used by researchers in a wide range of disciplines to evaluate both themselves and others within their field. For instance, H indexes are now a common part of the process of evaluating job applicants for academic positions. They are also used to evaluate applicants for research grants. Some scholars even use them as a sign of self-worth. Calculating a scholar's H index has some distinct advantages. It gives some degree of transparency about the influence they have in the field. This makes it easy for non-experts to evaluate a researcher's contributions to the field. Next, please. If I was sitting on an interview panel in the field that I know nothing about, like theoretical physics, I would find it very difficult to judge the quality of their research. But with an H index, I am given a number that can be used to judge how influential or otherwise the person we are interviewing actually is. This also has the advantage of taking out many of the idiosyncratic judgments that often cloud our perception of a researcher's relative merits. If, for instance, I prefer saltwater economics to freshwater economics, then I am most likely to be positively disposed to hiring the saltwater economist and coming up with any argument possible to not accept the freshwater economist. If, however, we are simply given an H index, then it becomes possible to assess each scholar in a slightly more objective fashion. So the H index is not something that needs to be calculated on a daily basis, but it's good to know where you are for several reasons. First, climbing the H index ladder is something worth celebrating. But more importantly, the H index is one of the major funding agencies or the university's hiring committee calculate when you apply for a grant or a position. Given the often a huge number of applications, the H index is calculated in order to rank candidates and apply a pre-filter. Next, please. The problems with the H index. There are some dangers that come with the increasing prevalence of H scores. It is difficult to compare H scores across fields. H scores can often be higher in one field, such economics, than another field, such as literary criticism. Like any citation metric, H scores are open to manipulation through practices like self-citation and what one of my old colleagues like to call citation soviets, small circles of people who routinely cite each other's work. The H index also stripes out any information about author order. The result is that there is little information about whether you published an article in a top journal on your own or whether you were one member of a huge team. Next, please. But perhaps the most worrying thing about the rise of H scores or any other measure of research productivity or influence for that matter is they actually stripe out the ideas. They allow us to talk about intellectual endeavor without any reference at all to the actual content. This can create a very strange academic culture where it is quite possible to discuss academic matters for hours without once mentioning an idea. I have been to meetings where people are perfectly comfortable chatting about the ins and outs of research metrics at great length, but little discussion is had about the actual content of a research project. As this attitude to research becomes more common, aspirational academics will start to see themselves as H-index entrepreneurs. When this happens, universities will cease to be knowledge creators and instead become metric maximizers. Now, how to calculate the H-index? The H-index captures output based on the total number of publications and the total number of citations to those works, providing a focused snapshot of an individual's research performance. For example, if a researcher has 15 papers, each of which has at least 15 citations, their H-index is 15. It is useful for comparing researchers of similar career length. It is useful for comparing the researchers in similar field, subject, or department and who publish in the same journal categories and obtaining a focused snapshot of a research performance. But it is not useful for comparing researchers from different field, disciplines, or subject, and it cannot be useful for assessing the fields, departments, and subject where the research output is typically books or conference proceeding, as they are not well represented by database providing the H indices. Next, please. Now you can calculate your H index. To manually calculate your H index, organize article in descending order based on the number of times they have been cited. Web of Science, Scopus, and Google Scholar as a tool can also be used to calculate an H index for that particular citation tracking database. Besides the classic H index, Google also reports an I-10 index along with the H index. The I-10 index is a simple measurement which shows how many of the author's paper have 10 or more citations. For example, H index calculation by Google Scholar database is, next please. This is an example which I have taken from Google Scholar. This is a scholar of Ravi Shukla, and you can see the citations given 83 overall, 83 citations 2015 onwards, whereas the H index is given 7. That means at least 7 papers are there which have been cited 7 times, whereas I-10 index is 1. That means at least 1 paper is there which is being cited at least 10 times. So this is how you can understand the simplicity of I-10 index and H index. Next, please. This is another example which I have took my Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Manoj Kumar Dhar. The total citations are 1001, and since 2015, 12, 17, whereas H index is 21, our I-10 index is 30 and 32. Next, please. This is another my colleague, Dr. Chandra Shekhar. His citation is 121, 112 since 2015. तो लास्ट 5 ईयर का भी आप देख पा रहे हैं और ओवरऑल भी देख पा रहे हैं. H index is 4, whereas I-10 index is 1. Next please. Next please. Same है. Next please. Next please. Yeah. Google Scholar H index interpretation. In the below example, an author has 7 papers that have been cited 17, 9, 8, 8, 8, 7, and 7 times. This tells us that the author's H index is 7. What does an H index of 7 mean? An H index of 7 means that this author has published at least 7 papers that have each received at least 7 citations. The first paper has been cited 17 times and gives us a 1. The second paper has been cited 9 times and gives us 2. The third paper gives us 3, and all up the way to 7, the 7th highest paper. The final 2 papers have no effect in this case as they have been cited less than 7 times. So the H index of this particular author is 7. Next, please. H index to Scopus. Login or access to Scopus. Click on author search. Enter author credentials with care. Find the relevant author's name and click on that. find the H index of the author. So this is how you can get the H index through scores. What is a good H index? His reckons that after 20 years of research, an H index of 20 is good, 40 is outstanding, and 60 is truly exceptional. The advantages of H index is that it combines productivity and impact in a single number. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, ITER index. ITER index, the number of publications with at least 10 citations. This very simple measure is only used by Google Scholar and is another way to help gauge the productivity of a scholar. All of you can create your ID over the Google Scholar and can check your ITER index or H index, whatever it is, provided आपने वहाँ पे data feed किया हो. Advantages of ITER indexes are very simple and straightforward to calculate. My citation in Google Scholar is free and easy to use. The disadvantage is it used only in Google Scholar. Next, please. Next, please. This is a screenshot which I have taken. What is considered a good ITER index? Here's reckons that after 20 years of research that an H index of 20 is good, 40 is outstanding, and 60 is truly exceptional. Now, what is the difference between H index and ITER index? The H index reflects both the number of publications and the H index reflects both the number of publications and the number of citations per publication. For example, a scientist with an H index of 20 has 20 papers cited at least 20 times, whereas ITER index is the number of articles with at least 10 citations only. Next, please. There is another index which is popularly known as G index. आजकल इसके बारे में थोड़ी बातें हो रही हैं. The G index was proposed by Leo Agee in his paper Theory and Practice of the G index in 2006, long back in the Journal of Scientometrics. It is an improvement over the H index basically. It is defined or calculated as follows. Given a set of articles ranked in decreasing order of the number of citations that they receive, the G index is the largest number such that the top G articles received at least G2 citations. Advantage of G index are it accounts for the performance of authors' top articles. It helps to make more apparent the difference between authors' respective impact. The inflated values of the G index help to give credit to lowly cited or non-cited papers while giving credit for highly cited papers. There are some disadvantages. It was introduced in 2006 and debate continue whether G index is superior to H index. Might not be as widely accepted as H index. Next, please. G index is calculated based on the distribution of citations received by a given researcher's publications, such that given a set of articles ranked in decreasing order of the number of citations that they received, the G index is the unique largest number such that the top G articles receive together at least G square citations. The H index only requires a minimum of N citations for the least cited articles in the set and thus ignore the citations count of very highly cited papers. Roughly, the effect is that H is the number of papers of a quality threshold that rises as H rises. G allows citations from highly cited papers to be used to bolster lower cited papers in meeting this threshold. Therefore, in all cases, G is at least H and is in most cases higher. However, unlike the H index, the G index saturates whenever the average number of citations for all published papers exceed the total number of published papers. The way it is defined, the G index is not adapted to this situation. Next, please. This is an example of G index. The raw citation data plotted with stars allows the H index to also be extracted for comparison. Next, please. Here the G index would be 6 because this is the last row on table where the total number of citations is higher than or equal to the square of G. G index for Professor X, the top G articles received at least G squared citations. Next, please. Similarly, we can see that the G index would be 9 because ninth row has the total number of citations as higher than G squared, but in the 10th row, the total number of citations are less than G squared. Next, please. So my advice is, whenever you read about G index in future, be sure that you understand what is included in T. That is, which documents qualify to be included in the calculations. There are at least 3 possibilities: documents that have been cited, documents that have been published but may or may not have been cited, and entirely fictitious documents that have never been published and act as a kind of filler for rows in our table to help us see which G squared is closest to the total number of citations. Why do librarians need to understand the G index anyway? It's not all that well used, so perhaps it's not necessary to understand it, and yet acknowledge and understanding of some of the alternatives to the H index and what they are hoping to reflect will help to ensure that you and the people who you advise, be they researchers or university administrators, will all use the H index appropriately, not on its own. Next, please. The most recent metric is altmetrics, which is nowadays being using to express the impact of the research or publications. Altmetrics. Altmetrics means alternative metrics, which was introduced by Jason Preem, a PhD student at the School of Information and Library Science at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, through a tweet in 2010. So this is most recent metrics which have been using nowadays across the globe. Next, please. Altmetrics are metrics and qualitative data that are complementary to traditional citation-based metrics. Altmetrics focus on readership, diffusion, and reuse indicators that can be tracked via blogs, social media, peer production system, and collaborative annotation tools, including social bookmarking like at Twitter, Facebook, Wikipedia, or journal comments, etc., and reference management tools like Mendeley, SiteUlike, etc. Sourced from the web, Altmetrics can tell you a lot about how often a journal articles and other scholarly outputs like datasets are discussed and used around the world. For that reason, Altmetrics have been incorporated into researchers' websites, institutional repositories, journal websites, and more. Thus, it is the study of new indicators for the analysis of academic activity based on Web 2.0. Next, please. Altmetric includes a record of attention. This class of metrics can indicate how many people have been exposed to and engaged with a scholarly output. For example, of this include mention in the news, blogs, and on Twitter, article page views and downloads, for example, GitHub repository watchers. A measure of dissemination. These metrics can help you understand where and why a piece of research is being discussed and shared, both among other scholars and in the public domain. Example of this would include coverage in the news, social sharing, and blog features. An indicator of influence and impact. Some of the data gathered via altmetrics can signal that research is changing a field of study, the public's health, or having any other number of tangible effects upon large society. Example of this include reference in public policy documents or commentary from expert and practitioners. Someone has raised the hand. Someone has raised the hand. Maybe pop up what the message. Among the participants, someone has raised the hand. Hello? Hello? जी बताइए, बोलिए। मैं कंटिन्यू, थोड़ा सा बाकी है, मैं कंटिन्यू।
Yes, sir, you can continue.
Okay. Altimetric in okay, next slide please. Next slide. So it is important to bear in mind that metrics are merely indicators. They can point to interesting spikes in different type of attention, etc., but are not themselves evidence of such. So to get a true evidence of impact, you need to dig deeper into the numbers and look at the qualitative data underneath. Who's saying what about research? Where in the world research is being cited? Reuse, read, etc., and so on. Next, please. There are some advantages to use altimetrics. They are quicker to accumulate than citation-based metrics by virtue of being sourced from the web and not from journal and books. It's possible to monitor and collate mentions of work online as soon as it's published. They can capture more diverse impact than citation-based metrics. They apply to more than journal articles and books. Next, please. How to use altimetrics? Altimetrics are becoming widely used in academia by individuals, institutions, libraries alike. Some important things to bear in mind when using altimetrics include, next please. Context is king. It's usually much more informative to say. This article has received 89 Mendeley bookmarks, putting it in the 98th percentile compared to article of a similar age and subject. Then it is to say, this article has received 89 Mendeley bookmarks alone. Give viewers of altimetrics a solid reference point when presenting the data. Qualitative data is usually more illuminating than metrics alone. Presenting qualitative data alongside metrics can create a much more compelling case for researcher impact. For example, rather than saying this software has been mentioned in 32 news outlets, you can say this software has been mentioned in 32 news outlets worldwide, including the New York Times and Guardian. Altimetrics are a great supplement to citations. Even with the increased acceptance of altimetrics, citations are still the most recognized proxy for impact in many disciplines. Create a more comprehensive picture of research influence by including both types of metrics together where possible. Next, please. There are some limitations, like altimetrics don't tell the whole story. Like any metrics, there is a potential for gaming of altimetrics. Altimetrics are relatively new. More research into their use is needed. Next, please. This is the screenshot which I have taken from altimetrics.org. So altimetrics is the creation and study of new metrics based on the social web for analyzing and informing scholarship. Next, please. Yeah. इसी में से मैंने फर्दर लिए. This is the ultimate.com who is talking about your research. आप यहाँ पे जाके अपने रिसर्च को चेक कर सकते हैं, कौन आपके रिसर्च के बारे में बात कर रहा है, शेयर कर रहा है, either on Facebook or any other social media. Next, please. Altimetrics, a manifesto which was released on October 26, 2010. We rely on filters to make sense of the scholarly literature, but the narrow traditional filters are being swamped. However, the growth of new online scholarly tools allows us to make new filters. These altimetrics reflect the broad, rapid impact of scholarship in this bargaining ecosystem. We call for more tools and research based on altimetrics. Next, please. There are some limitations. The altimetric bookmarklet is free for individual academic researcher and enables you to instantly see altimetric data for any published research output only when DOI is available. If DOI is not available, it will not work. It works when publishers embed Google Scholar friendly citation metadata. Twitter mentions only available for articles published since July 11. उससे पहले का डाटा वो नहीं करता है, तो वो इसकी कुछ limitations हैं. Next, please. There are some, these are some arithmetic tools which you can use, or which one can use for the arithmetic study for his research, like impact story, reader meter, science card, the PLOS impact explorer, paper critic, and chronometer. Next please. बस चलते जाइए. एक impact story है जो भी पीछे हमने की है. Reader meter, science card है. This is the PLOS impact. This is paper chronometer. Next please. So the link below will allow to connect with both Altimetric users and individual interested in subject. Altimetric on Twitter, hashtag Altimetric on Twitter. A great deal of discussion about Altimetrics takes place on Twitter through the use of the hashtag Altimetric. Altimetric.org, this website serves as the hub for much of the create activity surrounding Altimetrics, though their list of tools and communities do not seem to have been updated recently. Their listing of event is updated consistently. Mendeley Altimetric groups from the group's description. The aim of this group is to discuss new approach to the assessment of scholarly impact based on new metrics. Next, please. Thank you. So this is all about the various metrics which is being nowadays using across the globe to evaluate or to assess the research at various levels. I have already shared my PPTs with the organizer. You can ask them to share with you. If you have any question, we can talk about. Otherwise, do we have some queries? Now you are not audible.
There are few questions in the chat box. Please go through the chat box.
Okay, chat box. SNIP खोलना पड़ेगा आपको दोबारा से फर्स्ट पीपीटी में. एक सेकंड में सभी पहले सारे क्वेश्चन देख लेता हूँ. Is there a relationship between H index and normal? No, there is no relationship between H index and normal laureates. There is no relationship. The next question is, please share your both PPT. Yeah, I have already shared. You can ask the organizer to get it with you. Next question. Yes, self-citation counted in calculating H index. Definitely, self-citation count होता है क्योंकि ये सारा कुछ कंप्यूटराइज है और कंप्यूटर को नहीं पता है कि आपके वर्क को कौन साइट कर रहा है, खुद ही साइट कर रहे हैं या कोई और कर रहा है. दिस इज द बिग प्रॉब्लम. और मैं कहना नहीं चाहिए, बीइंग ए फैकल्टी में कहना पड़ रहा है ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड, सॉरी ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड, कि आजकल तो ये चल रहा है कि मेरे पेपर को साइट कर दो. स्कॉलर से बोलते हैं मेरा पेपर साइट करिए. तो अपना साइटेशन बढ़ाने के लिए ये भी चल रहा है. तो यू हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल व्हेन यू आर कैलकुलेटिंग द एच इंडेक्स. डेफिनेटली ये आजकल बहुत चल रहा है ये. The next question is, which metrics, Scopus or Web Science are widely popularly accepted across the world and why? Whether the open access policy has any role in getting more research? No, there is no such open access policy. The first thing is, and the another thing is, Scopus or Web Science वो databases हैं, which gives you the these kind of metrics वो आपको provide करते हैं computerized calculate करके. तो बेसिकली वो मैट्रिक्स नहीं है, वो डाटा बेसिस है, स्कोपस और वेब ऑफ साइंस. और अक्रॉस द ग्लोब जो वेब ऑफ साइंस का ही जो इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर है वही एक्सेप्टेड है क्योंकि उनके क्रेडिबिलिटी है. और उसके देयर आर नंबर ऑफ रीजंस व्हाई दे आर सो वाइडली एक्सेप्टेड, स्कोपस एंड वेब ऑफ साइंस. हमारे यहाँ भी आजकल यूजीसी ने किया हुआ है कि आप यूजीसी केयर, इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर वो सब है वहाँ पे, उसी में आप आर्टिकल अपने पब्लिश करें. तो बेसिकली उसमें कोई रिलेशनशिप नहीं है. तो यू हैव टू रिलाई ऑन वेब ऑफ साइंस इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर जो उन्होंने दिया है. बट उसका डेवलपमेंटेशन यही है कि वेब ऑफ साइंस सिर्फ उस जर्नल का इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर देता है जो उसमें इंडेक्स होते हैं. अगर इफ ए जर्नल इज नॉट इंडेक्स इन वेब ऑफ साइंस, वो उसका आपको नहीं देगा डाटा. इन दैट केस, इन माय ओपिनियन, इन दैट केस यूजीसी का अगर गाइडलाइन आप पढ़ेंगे तो उसमें लिखा हुआ है रिसर्च पेपर पब्लिश इन पीयर रिव्यूड ऑब्लिक यूजीसी केयर लिस्टेड जर्नल्स, इसीलिए शायद मेंशन किया हुआ है. तो अगर आपका कोई जर्नल ऐसा है आपके नियर बाय में जो पीयर रिव्यूड कैटेगरी का है, स्टैंडर्ड है, क्वालिटी है, यू कैन क्लेम दैट रिसर्च पेपर आल्सो. बट ट्राई नॉट टू, ऐसा नहीं कि सारे पेपर आप वहीं पब्लिश करें, कोशिश करें कि यूजीसी के लिस्टेड में या स्कोपस लिस्टेड में या वेब ऑफ साइंस लिस्टेड जर्नल में भी आप अपना पब्लिकेशन करें. हाउ टू फाइंड एच इंडेक्स ऑफ एन इंस्टीट्यूशन का एच इंडेक्स उसमें मिलेगा आपको, स्कोपस पे देता है, स्कोपस आपको प्रोवाइड करता है, आप ढूंढेंगे तो मिल जाएगा आसानी से. इफ यू हैव एक्सेस यू कैन गेट इट. my email ID is there, my mobile number is there. फिर भी किसी को कोई इशू है तो you can
Good
drop email.
afternoon. This is Khushbu Kumar. Sir, actually, right now, a plethora of information is going on in my mind. I have so many questions to ask, but I would like to keep it short, sir. I just wanted to know so many metrics you have discussed today about the journal's impact factor. Sir, I just wanted to know if we are to select any journal for our publication, then what metrics should we look for? Like which, because there are so many journals impact factor, alt metrics, etc., etc. So, which impact factor we should consider, sir?
इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर तो आपको वही कंसिडर करना है जो वेब ऑफ साइंस प्रोवाइड करता है पब्लिकेशन के लिए.
But it differs because in case of Scopus, this is Shimago, and in case of
शिमागो को भी मानते हैं, लेकिन जनरली जो है उसको ही कंसिडर किया जाता है जो वेब ऑफ साइंस क्लैरिवेट जो प्रोवाइड करता है, उसी को हम फॉलो करते हैं अभी टिल डेट. But as far as concerned to choose the journal to your publication for your research paper, आप कोई भी रिसर्च पेपर एक्सेप्ट कर सकते हैं प्रोवाइडेड कि वो यूजीसी के लिस्ट में इंडेक्स हो. पहला केस तो यही है. अगर आप इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर के हिसाब से जाते हैं तो स्कोपस पे भी और वेब ऑफ साइंस पे भी वो दिया रहता है कि किस पेपर जर्नल का कितना इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर है. और ये बात याद रखिए, जितना ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर किसी जर्नल का होगा उसमें आर्टिकल पब्लिश करना उतना ही मुश्किल होगा. तो पीरियोडिसिटी उसकी एनुअल होगी, एक साल में एक ही आ रहा होगा, बहुत ज्यादा 2 इश्यू आ रहे होंगे. दूसरे उसमें इतना ब्लाइंड रिव्यू होगा या डबल ब्लाइंड पीयर रिव्यू का होगा, कैटेगरी का हो, तो इट विल टेक टाइम टू पब्लिश पेपर. बट ऐसा नहीं है कि आप कर नहीं सकते, यू कैन डू इट, यू कैन डू इट.
सर, मेरा ये क्वेश्चन था कि इन केस अगर इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर मैंने देखा, उसके अलावा भी कोई ऐसी मैट्रिक्स है जो मुझे देखनी चाहिए जर्नल्स की?
नहीं, और कोई ऐसा मैट्रिक्स नहीं है.
इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर,
हाँ, इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर पे ही आपको जाना पड़ेगा. रैंकिंग और इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर दो ही चीज है.
ओके सर. एच इंडेक्स वगैरह नहीं देखते हैं, राइट?
नहीं, एच इंडेक्स तो जनरल ऑथर का होता है. एच इंडेक्स जो होता है वो ऑथर का होता है, जनरल का नहीं होता है. सपोज यू पब्लिश 10 पेपर, तो आपका कितना साइटेशन हुआ है वो गूगल स्कोर आपको देता है कि कितना आपका एच इंडेक्स है, कितना आपका आई10 इंडेक्स.
सर, जैसे स्कोप्स का सोर्स वेब लिस्ट होता है जो वो हर साल जारी करते हैं, उसमें वी गेट एच इंडेक्स आल्सो. इसलिए मुझे लगा कि डू वी कंसीडर दैट इन एच इंडेक्स और वी लुक फॉर ओनली
अगर आपके, देखिए मैं आपको बहुत सिंपल एग्जांपल देता हूँ. अगर आपके बहुत सारे आर्टिकल स्कोपस इंडेक्स जर्नल में पब्लिश हुए तो आपका एच इंडेक्स दे देगा. बट अगर आपके बहुत सारे जर्नल ऐसे हैं जो स्कोपस इंडेक्स जर्नल में पब्लिश नहीं हुए हैं, तो फिर वो आपका एक्यूरेट एच इंडेक्स नहीं प्रोवाइड करेगा. उसके लिए आपको गूगल स्कोर पे क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा.
ओके सर.
Because there are number of, not only number, there are thousands of journals which are being not indexed in nor in Scopus nor in Web of Science. There is a limitations.
Okay, sir. Okay. And so, any other way to find the journal's impact factor of non-Scopus or non-Web of Science journals?
No,
because
there is one more tool. There is one more tool, Indian Citation Index. I repeat, Indian Citation Index. उसमें क्या है कि हाँ, आप जानते हैं इसको?
Yes, I know
तो
it.
वहाँ आप लॉगिन आईडी क्रिएट करके वहाँ से भी आप देख सकते हैं, वहाँ से भी.
Okay, so I have to create login ID over there, right, sir?
जी जी. ईमेल आईडी से आप अपना क्रिएट कर लेंगे तो वो 3 मंथ का शायद फ्री है, उसके बाद वी हैव टू सब्सक्राइब, ऐसा कुछ है.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Anyone else? I think we are done with the questions.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge on respective topic.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But I am missing BP Singh, but unfortunately he is not here.
Yes, sir. We all are missing, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I would like to appreciate your effort, the last moment change in our schedule. Still, you
It was
managed
very
to-
difficult for me. It was very difficult for me to cope up within 2-3 hours, and moreover, I was having 2 meeting as well. कुछ screening थी आज डिपार्टमेंट में, तो वो मीटिंग भी किया, फिर बाद में जल्दी किया, but somehow I managed, hopefully. इसीलिए कुछ चीजें ऊपर नीचे भी हो गई.
Sir, thank you so much.
Thank
You have
Thank you.
supported us to manage our entire session.
It's my pleasure, ma'am. And DI से मेरा भी थोड़ा सा एक relationship है. I have worked in DI for 2 months as an assistant librarian.
Oh, that's very
मंगराम
nice.
जी के पास मैंने 2 महीने काम किया है, और 2 महीने काम कर पाया था मुझे यहाँ जम्मू में जॉब लग गया, तो I left DI in 2010, June 2010.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Okay. May I leave now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All the sessions are very knowledgeable. I hope you all have learned something new. Thank you, Professor Preetwanti Singh, Dr. Rajkumar Bhardwaj, Dr. P.K. Singh for sharing and enhancing the knowledge. Tomorrow's session will start at 10:30 a.m. Please join 10 minutes prior to avoid any type of inconvenience. Today's session will end here, and please join tomorrow on time, and we will meet tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.